morning, 5 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And breaking overnight, 2 staff members at the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. were shot and killed in what investigators are saying was a targeted shooting. ABC's Nicole D'Antonio.
After the shooting, a man in custody inside the museum was heard chanting support of Palestinians. The American Jewish Committee was hosting an event at the museum celebrating Jewish heritage at the time of the shooting. Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying this was a brazen act of cowardly anti-Semitic violence. Israel's ambassador calling it, quote, a depraved act of anti-Semitic terrorism, saying the young embassy staffers killed were a couple who were planning to get married.
Now, after that shooting, the suspect walked into the museum. That's where he was arrested. So far, what we know is that detectives are telling us this is a 30-year-old man from Chicago. His name is Elias Rodriguez. Happening this hour, a vote by the full House of Representatives on the big, beautiful bill. Fox News' Chad Pergram says that there has been some overnight maneuvering to gain the support of several GOP holdouts.
Mike Johnson, the speaker, he introduced something called a manager's amendment. Now, that's where they make final changes to the bill to try to sweeten the bill a little bit to coax some of these skeptical members across the finish line, and they seem to be in that range right now.
Now, one of the changes, the Medicaid work requirement that would begin now at the end of 2026 instead of 2029. We'll keep an eye on that vote and let you know what's going on. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stocks sink as Treasury yields climb on worries about the U.S.'s growing debt and new earnings reports. The Dow lost 816 points, or 1.9%. The Nasdaq fell 270 points, or 1.4%. And the S&P dropped 95 points, or 1.6%. In their earnings reports, Target, Carter's, and other retailers gave mixed forecasts for the rest of 2025 amid President Trump's tariffs and trade war. The markets then turned even lower after the U.S. government released the results for its latest auction of 20-year bonds. The bonds are how the government borrows money to pay for its bills. In this auction, the government had to pay a yield as high as 5% to attract enough buyers to lend it a total of $16 billion over 20 years. That helped push up yields for all kinds of other treasuries, including the more widely followed 10-year treasury. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Stock futures on the mixed side this morning. We've got Dow futures down 59, NASDAQ futures up 35, S&P futures are up just about 4 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. In the White House area this morning on 65 heading southbound, there had been an overturned tractor trailer taking out two left lanes. It looks like crews are working very hard to get it out of there. The delays are starting to ease now. On 24, you're fine this morning. On 40, no big delays. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well and welcome on in to a Thursday, May 22nd of 2025. I thought when I heard the story of these two innocent young Jewish adults who have been gunned down on the streets, in the streets of Washington, D.C., the first thing I thought of, I wonder if you thought the same thing. First thing I thought of was, oh, look, the Democrats have a new hero to worship. 30-year-old, Elias Rodriguez. He is out of Chicago, Illinois. And somebody actually sent me a direct message, said, I hope you're not going to play this guy screaming, free Palestine all morning long. You know what? Abso-frickin-lutely I am.
Free Palestine!
And the reason why I'm going to keep playing this morning is because this is the kind of mentality that the Democrats embrace. They want these kinds of things to happen. They support Hamas. They take to the streets and they scream free Palestine over and over and over again. And they'll tell you, oh, no. We're not supportive of Hamas. We're not supportive of a terrorist organization. Yes, you are. When you scream,
Free Palestine!
You are absolutely advocating for the murder of innocent people, because that's what Hamas does. Let's not play games. Let's not continue to pussyfoot around. This is what these people stand for.
Am I the only one that wants somebody to, punch that guy in the mouth?
I want this guy to be taken out in the most painful way possible, actually. And Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar and all of these people on the left, they're going to start screaming, oh, we've got to have justice for Elias Rodriguez. That's going to happen, right? Because they always take the side of the bad guy. And this guy, is it Elias Rodriguez? Is that what his name is?
It is, yeah.
And a 30-year-old?
Yep.
So I want to know where he went to school. I want to know what groups this guy is affiliated with. And I want to know where he became radicalized. I want to know where he became indoctrinated in hate, because this is what is going on with the Democrat Party. These victims, it's incredibly sad. These two victims, like young adults.
They were about to be engaged. He had bought the ring already.
And they were going to travel to Jerusalem
to go be engaged.
That's the kind of people.
Story.
That's the kind of people that the Democrats, in my opinion, through their support for Hamas, is the kind of people they just see as collateral damage. The Democrats, because they have this lust, this anti-Israel, anti-Semitic lust about them in the Democrat Party. Because they allow people like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar and other people within their party to call for the boycott and divesting and the sanctioning of Israel. And they take to the streets, and you know what they scream?
Free Palestine!
Over and over again. That's the guy. That's the audio. You heard whoever it was reporting it. I think it was you, Joan, reporting that this guy has been screaming free Palestine after he was arrested. And these poor people just getting ready to get on with their lives, going to Jerusalem. Guy buys a ring. They're going to go to Jerusalem. They're going to become engaged there and then eventually get married. And so, in my opinion, and these two people, I don't know anything about them, but I think we now have their names, but they look like incredible young adults getting ready to start and embark on what I'm sure would have been an amazing and incredible life. In my opinion, they reflect and represent the best of what America has to offer, and they were killed by the worst that America has to offer. And we don't know who this guy is, Elias Rodriguez. We don't know who he is. But the reason why I believe that we should all be playing this guy screaming Free Palestine is because of what that phrase represents. It represents the death of Jews, of innocent people. And that's what happened last night or this morning in Washington, D.C., as these two innocent people are gunned down. So it would appear that the assassination culture that the left has so fully embraced with Donald Trump and Elon Musk has now been extended to innocent young Jewish adults just walking the streets of Washington, D.C. Is that what we're seeing now? Because this is exactly the kind of brazen violence that the Democrats and their advocates and their partners in the university system have been advocating for. This is the kind of violence that they've been cultivating. And that's why Donald Trump has been saying to the likes of Harvard University, you've got to stop the anti-Semitism. And I'm sure that all of the politicians, right? All of the politicians on the left, you're going to hear it all day today. I think I just heard some coming in. You're going to have Hakeem Jeffries. You know, you're going to have all these people on the left. They're going to condemn the violence. They're going to play the game. They're going to say all the right words. But the reality is that these are the kinds of things that are going to happen when they embrace assassination culture, which is now extending from people like Elon Musk and Donald Trump to innocent Jewish people walking the streets. Is that what now is going to happen? Is Elias Rodriguez, this 30-year-old from Chicago who gunned these two innocent people down, is he now going to become the next great American hero for the left? I'd like to hear from the likes of Ilhan Omar. I'd like to hear from the likes of Rashida Tlaib, because they openly advocate for this kind of violence. Donald Trump posting this. These horrible D.C. killings, based obviously on anti-Semitism, must end now. Hatred and radicalism have no place in the USA. With all due respect, Donald Trump, it absolutely does, according to the Democrats. It's in the universities. It's in organizations like CARE. It's in organizations like the United Nations Relief and Works Agency. It's in those organizations that have a footprint here in America. They have a stronghold here in America, and people like this gunman, Elias Rodriguez, these are the kind of organizations that he is more than likely affiliated with. It's a mental illness. It is a radicalization that is happening in America, and Democrats are advocating for just this kind of behavior. Donald Trump continuing on with his post on the socials. Condolences to the families of the victims. So sad that such things as this can happen. God bless you all. How bad has it been for these kinds of locations across Washington, D.C., and I'm sure across the United States? You know, you've got was this like a Jewish museum, Joan? Outside of a Jewish museum?
Yes. They were Israeli embassy employees that had gone to this event at the Jewish Museum.
Okay, so these folks targeted for hate. It was a targeted killing.
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm sure it was just a random act of violence, Joan.
And a lone wolf.
A lone wolf, another one. Oh, we're going to hear that too, aren't we? A lone wolf. Well, this was on Fox News.
We've learned just within the last hour or so that security was a concern at this specific facility. And as recently as a week ago, the D.C. government handed out a grant not only to this facility, but 10 others, upwards of $500,000 total, not just to this one facility, to beef up security because there were fears about community events, community places like this being targeted for hate.
There you go. So they've had threats against these kinds of facilities for a long time, you know, and obviously most certainly since Hamas invaded and killed, 1,200 Israelis. So this is, and then, of course, Israel had to do what they had to do to protect themselves against future attacks by going into Gaza and taking care of business. That is exactly what they had to do. Well, if Israel would just abide by a ceasefire, this is what the purple-haired freaks on the left will say. If Israel will just abide by a ceasefire, these things wouldn't happen. Of course they would happen. We've seen that forever. Israel has said ad nauseum, if we put down, and this is true, if we put down our weapons, if we put down our guns, and if we stop protecting ourselves, we would be annihilated. But if the other side put down their weapons, if Hamas and all of these, peace-loving Palestinians, if they put down their weaponry, then would Israel go in and annihilate them? No, they wouldn't. When one side decides, when the Free Palestine side decides, oh, hey, you know what? Israel has no right to exist, then you cannot let your guard down. And that is exactly what needs to happen right now here in America is we need to hold the people that are cultivating this kind of hate, this kind of radicalism, these kinds of actions, the killing of innocent people. We need to find the groups. Obviously, we have found the person responsible, allegedly, Elias Rodriguez. We need to find out who supports his kind of radicalism, where he was radicalized. We already know that the Democrats support this kind of radicalization. We also know the organizations I just mentioned, too, that have a very strong foothold here in America, CARE and the United Nations Relief and Works Agency. We also know the radicalization is happening in the colleges. Trump is doing everything that he possibly can to stop the radicalization. We need to escalate. Our side needs to escalate. Otherwise, there will be more bloodshed. So while you're going to see people on the left, I'm sure Hakeem Jeffries and some of these other people are going to be out there saying, oh, we condemn the violence. B and S. You tolerate it in your own party. You tolerate it in the universities. You tolerate it with these pro-Hamas organizations, and you tolerate it with the pro-Hamas rhetoric that comes from your party. You tolerate this, Democrats. And now look where we are today. With two innocent people, young adults, shot dead, cold blood in Washington, D.C., outside of a Jewish event. And so when Marco Rubio, have we done traffic? No, we have not. Sorry. I'm a little worked up this morning. Let me do traffic. And then there was a great exchange between Marco Rubio and Pramila Jayapal. Of course, you folks know that Pramila Jayapal is one of these, Hamas-loving Democrats. There was a great exchange. I believe it was yesterday as Marco Rubio continues his testimony on Capitol Hill. All that and more straight ahead. 5:18. Time to check the roads on WTN.
65 southbound, still a little bit slow in the White House area this morning. There had been an overturned tractor trailer. It looks like they've cleaned it up. Still just a little slow in that area. Jolton Little Marrowbone Road, west of Eaton's Creek Road. There's an accident involving injuries. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. As far as your weather for today, a high of 77. Am I seeing mostly sunny today, Joan? Is that going to be the weather forecast for today?
I believe it is. Yesterday was gorgeous, and I think today's going to be just as gorgeous.
It was. My hydrangeas that I'm trying to grow were really happy yesterday. They're starting to bloom.
Yes.
All right. Back to the bad news. Marco Rubio, actually, I really liked Marco Rubio, his testimony on Capitol Hill. So he is really giving truth to power with his testimony. So he is going up against Pramila Jayapal, and she is questioning the Secretary of State once again about this student from Tufts University who wrote an op-ed on Free Palestine. Listen to this exchange, and then I'll comment on the other side.
Student was a guest in the United States on a student visa. No one's entitled to a student visa.
So you revoked her student visa based on an op-ed which trumps the Supreme law of the land, which is the Constitution.
Someone's coming up here to stir up problems on our campus. We're going to revoke their visa.
She didn't do any of that. She wrote an op-ed.
Well,
she
that's what
wrote an
you
op-ed,
claim.
and I'm talking to you about her particular
lawyer's
case.
claims and your claims. Those are not the facts.
You reclaiming my time. You revoked her student visa because
proudly.
she wrote an op-ed.
And
Would
we'll
you
do more.
revoke?
We're going to do more of them. We will revoke the visa of anyone who's in this country as a guest who's here to
Are
stir
you
up
going to
trouble.
revoke the visa of somebody who made
Send me the case. I'll look at it. I'm looking to get crazy people out of our country.
Actually, it's not just about revoking.
Forward to revoking the visas
Secretary
of any
Rubio,
lunatics
excuse
you can
me,
identify.
reclaiming my time. If these are legitimate law enforcement agents carrying out proper arrests, why are they hiding their identities?
All right, so you got all that. And Marco Rubio, his response to that was, well, because if they didn't, as I said yesterday, if they didn't, then your side would dox them and make their lives miserable, or they'd be gunned down in the streets of Washington, D.C. There is that, too. And so they keep bringing up this woman, Ramesa Ozturk, or Ozturk. I don't know how to pronounce her name. But she was here on a student visa, and she wrote this, Free Palestine op-ed, demanding that Tufts University stop doing business with Israel and companies with ties to Israel. And she, many say, including Marco Rubio, showed support for Hamas. And so he revoked her student visa. And I'm just going to be honest with you, that the more that we see these kinds of things, the more I believe that people here in America are, quite frankly, getting fed up.
Free Palestine!
So we need to make an example of this guy. And I don't know what you do with him. I don't know if Washington, D.C. has the death penalty. I don't know. But it is going to be interesting to watch how the Democrats ultimately will handle this situation, because clearly any sane, rational adult looking at what happened would be horrified at this. My question is, will the Democrats be horrified by this? Or will we just, see the usual thoughts and prayers for the family and, we strongly condemn this violence? Words, Democrats, are meaningless. Donald Trump is doing everything he can to handle this kind of radicalism in the colleges and universities across America. We'll have to see ultimately where this investigation goes. It is 5:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones, I've got a great Daily Dan poll question, Joan.
You do?
I do. And so find it on YouTube, where Joan and I will talk about this.
Love it.
At 5:35. But right now, we're going to talk about the 5:30 newscast. Joan, what's coming up?
Yeah, we're still waiting for that big, beautiful vote in the House of Representatives. There's still discussions happening on the floor right now. Also, the National Weather Service says, there were some tornadoes that touched down here on Tuesday. We've got that and more coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
528, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is open. I'm watching it. I'm looking at it. 615-737-9986. And let's see here. 7654 says, Dan, where was the D.C. police? No enhanced security. That is a very good question. That is a very good question. 4702. And I'm going to go ahead and talk about this. 4702 says, this is doing my opening monologue. This is doing exactly what the Democrats want. It's diverted your attention from the Biden situation to a piece of crap that didn't matter before today. He is just a pawn. 4702, I've got 4 hours to fill. And I've got a whole segment. I texted him back because he's nice. I said, I've got a whole segment on that today. And I do. Did you see Peter Doocy yesterday, Joan, with his videos where he was basically comparing and contrasting his coverage of President Biden's clear cognitive decline?
No, I did not see that.
Oh, my goodness gracious. All right, so we're going to do that at 5:35. We've got a lot to do. Also, there has been an inkling of somebody thinking about running for president that may or may not shock you. Joan and I are going to talk about this. If you want a preview, don't say what it is, Joan. Okay. Go take the Daily Dan poll. Watch us on YouTube. Like and subscribe over on YouTube. Watch us on Facebook, X, 997WTN.com. I prefer YouTube. Take the Daily Dan poll, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. I want to know what you think. Would you support this person running for president? Go check it out on YouTube. Find us, 997WTN.com.
Good morning. It's now 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, on the floor of the House of Representatives overnight, a lot of speeches and accusations as the big, beautiful bill vote got a little closer.
Mr. Speaker, you know it's a good bill because the left hates it.
That's Congressman Jim Jordan of Ohio there. On the other side, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
Reckless, regressive, and reprehensible GOP tax scam. This is one big, ugly bill.
Now that vote is currently underway. It's a vote on a motion to recommit that's now underway. I don't think this is the vote for the bill itself. We're going to keep an eye on this as it continues all morning long. The National Weather Service now confirming 3 tornadoes in the Nashville area on Tuesday. 2 in Clarksville, 1 in the Cumberland County area. No confirmed tornado in the Blackman area of Murfreesboro just yet. But this woman tells Channel 4 that she was trapped in her car there during the storm.
My foot was laying down on the horn. I was laying down in a floorboard, and I was screaming. I didn't know what to do. My car was going up and down, sideways, everything hitting it. I didn't know what was going on.
Now, today, 2 National Weather Service teams are checking out tornado claims in Marshall, Bedford, and Rutherford counties. Also, another team will head to Coffee and Warren counties to take a look. Some residents in Nashville have been scammed out of money by somebody who's not who they claim to be. This person has been knocking on doors and asking for donations.
It all starts with a knock at the door, followed by a pitch. The person seen in his surveillance footage identified themselves as a student at Pearl Cone High School. He claims to be fundraising on behalf of the football team. Metro Nashville Public Schools tells WSMV4 this is not an authorized school fundraiser.
That's WSMV's Jordan James. Metro Police say if you've encountered this guy, contact them. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. You may run into a bit of a delay on southbound 65 this morning near the Bethel Road area of White House. That was an accident, an overturned tractor trailer. Looks like they've maybe cleared out the tractor trailer. It was taking up 2 left lanes, but I'm not seeing much of a delay anymore at this point. Beeman Park at Little Marrowbone Road, west of Eaton's Creek Road. That's an accident scene this morning, too. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, Joan.
Yeah.
We got a troll over there in the YouTube chat.
Oh, yay.
Oh, we love our trolls, don't we?
Yeah.
Guy's name is Carl, I think. Yeah, Carl Childers, whatever. You know what he says? You know what he calls me? Oh, this just gets me right. It's like a knife through the heart. Oh, Carl calls me Dan Manless. Oh, God. How am I going to recover from that,
I don't know how you recover from that, Dan.
Dan Manless. Oh, gosh.
I think,
Carl, I think I'm just going to have to announce my retirement right here.
Yeah,
I can't
it's
take
over now for
I can't
you.
take that just
We're going to have to find a replacement.
such an insult.
Somebody that is a man.
Sure, Joan. Carl says, Dan Manless has no respect for human life, period, except his own. Dan Manless is promoting violence with violence.
Oh, is that right?
Sure, because I want to see the guy that killed 2 people in cold blood on the streets of Washington, D.C., put down like the dog that he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually do want to see that, Carl. Thanks. Very, very astute and observant of old Carl. And Dan Manless. There you go, Dan Manless. By the way, that joke never gets old. And so people are, going back and forth with Carl on the YouTube chat. By the way, the question was, would you support Donald Trump Jr. for president?
Oh.
So he was somewhere doing an interview, and he was asked the question. So the question on the YouTube chat is, would you support Donald Trump Jr. for president? 74% of the folks have said that, yes, they would support DJ TJ as president. 20-something% said no, they wouldn't.
Would you?
I'm going to be honest with you, Joan. That's a tough one. That's a tough one because, and it depends on who he's running against. If he's running against, I don't know, somebody who's got the experience of a Marco Rubio or somebody who is like a J.D. Vance,
yeah,
that's tough. So, I mean, if he wants to run, then I would, come on into the primary and dive in both feet and let's see how you do. I'm not going to write anybody off. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's what people did to Donald Trump, and look what happened.
Yeah, but he's, first of all, there's an issue of his judgment, in my humble opinion. He spouts off like much more than his father even does.
He does. He is a loose cannon, that Donald Trump Jr.
And I don't know about you, but I don't like that he walked away from his family of 5 children and wife. I don't like that he chose to walk away with Kimberly Guilfoyle. I don't like it.
Yeah.
And not that President Trump is a wonderful whatever.
Yeah,
he's not good on the marriage front.
Donald Trump is not a beacon of morality.
Right.
But that's not why we voted him in.
That's true.
So,
but I think that a guy like Marco Rubio or J.D. Vance, they've got the moral standing. Like nobody can nick them on that.
Right.
And I think that they have the experience in Washington that's needed to get us over the finish line, in the next election.
I think one of the things that we're finding, Joan, and then I'm going to play the audio from Donald Trump Jr. But I think one of the things that some of these folks are finding out is it's a lot easier to go on talk shows or Twitter, social media, and spout than it is to actually do the job.
Yeah.
I think that there are some people that are realizing this stuff is real. And it's it's not as easy to, go in and lead and do the job when you have actual opposition within the Democrat Party and all of the things that, folks like Pete Hegseth and Kash Patel, who I believe that they're in Pam Bondi, I think overall they're doing a great job.
Yeah.
But there's definitely been some times where I think that they've made mistakes. And I think the constant chatter about the Epstein files is one where it's just stop talking and just do the job.
Yeah.
And so I think that I like a Marco Rubio who's been there. I mean, he's been in the Senate. I think he was a congressman before that. I think I could be wrong. He's doing an outstanding job as Secretary of State. And I just think that right now you have people who are doing a really good job for his dad, for President Trump. Again, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio are just two. And I'm sure if I really started to think about it, there's others as well.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
When Donald Trump came in, and then I'll let you go, Joan, but when Donald Trump came in, there was nobody like him. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
And so, but now we've had, we're going to have two different terms of Donald Trump. And so we've been there. And he did a great job. That doesn't mean that Donald Trump Jr. would do as good of a job as his dad. And I think that there is something to be said at this point in time for the experience of a J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on this vote, on this motion to recommit. And what I've learned is that that's one of those maneuvers that the Democrats will take to slow things down or to try to get to change a portion of the bill itself or to even table a vote. And it's over. The time has run out on it. But there's still, those lagging voters are still coming in. So it looks like this vote to recommit is going to fail. And then at that point, the vote will go, the full House will vote on this bill. So that's where we are with the big, beautiful bill.
And I think part of what's going on is the Democrats are trying to delay this so that they can get to some of those folks that may be voting for the bill, but they think that they can convince them not to vote for it.
Correct.
So they're trying to change minds and do all that stuff.
Yeah.
Hakeem Jeffries is up there. Was it you that said, somebody said, I don't know. I know it wasn't me, but I laughed at it. The esteemed Hakeem Jeffries.
Oh, yeah.
That was you off the air. And I just kind of laughed at that because
clown.
He is a clown. He look, who Hakeem Jeffries does remind me of Frankenstein. Like he's got that look.
Yeah.
Right? He's got like a I don't know, like a square head or something, and he speaks like Frankenstein. He speaks in fragments.
Yeah.
And he's like a garage band Obama. People have said he's like a wannabe Obama.
And the media, because they love him so much and they can't help but to help these people, always seem to catch a view of his suit and his sneakers because that's his signature. But you got to have the camera all the way panned out to catch those sneakers.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, they always do it. Just watch.
Hakeem Jeffries, his little thing is sneakers with a suit.
Sneakers with a suit, yeah. I think it's, I don't know.
But that's what they're doing
Chuck
these
Taylors
days.
or something, yeah.
That's what they're doing these days. I mean, a lot of people do. That's not a.
But you just watch. Keep an eye on the way the media, and when I say the media, I'm talking about the CNNs and the MSNBCs. They'll always catch a view of his sneakers.
Okay. If that's what he wants to be known for, then you go right on ahead.
Yeah.
All right, real quick. This is Donald J. Trump Jr., who was asked this question.
Would you consider picking up the reins? Would you run for office?
All right, so then he was a little taken aback, and then he says,
Oh boy. Well, it's an honor to be asked and an honor to see that some people are okay with it.
Those are just our friends.
Yeah,
in the front
that's
row,
probably
by the
just
way.
a couple people we know. Those are the tickets we got.
Yeah, that's it. Right.
You never know. Right now, this has been my focus. I think it's not just about government. It's also about, the business sector doing that. I think when we saw, again, the woke ideology that has taken over corporate America for the last, decade or so, being on the forefront of combating that insanity, I think is fundamentally important. I think those two things have to go hand in hand. So the answer is, I don't know, maybe one day, that calling is there. I'll always be very active in terms of being a vocal proponent of these things. I think my father has truly changed, the Republican Party. I think it's the America First Party now, the MAGA Party, however you want to look at it.
Yep. So there you go. So the part of that sentence was that he clearly is open to it. Donald J. Trump Jr., DJ TJ.
Yeah.
Matt Murphy, 2028. He would straighten it out, 67-21. Yeah, I think Matt would. He yells a lot. No, I'm not saying that as a mean thing. I love Matt Murphy, but he does. He yells a lot.
He's passionate. Yeah.
He's very passionate, and he's smart as a whip. And I think Matt would be great at politics, actually. Probably be one of the few honest ones out there.
Yeah.
Let's see here. George, I like what George says on the super text line. Someone needs to watch the fire alarm. Remember?
Oh, yes.
Remember when, what was his name?
Bowman.
Jamal Bowman. When they were in this moment and he pulled the fire alarm. It was so dumb.
He's not a member of Congress anymore.
No, he sure isn't.
Ridiculous. I didn't know. I didn't know that was the fire alarm. The man was like a principal of a school.
All right, that's just dumb. That's just very, very dumb. I want to also play this. Now, you and I, Joan, we've spoken about, we were going to do that. Now there's no time. All right, we'll do the Peter Doocy thing. I get so excited about my stories, and I keep going. So we'll do the Peter Doocy thing in the 6 o'clock hour, at the start of the 6 o'clock hour. But this is one of my favorite stories of the day. So we all know Letitia James, right? So she is the New York Attorney General, correct? She's the New York Attorney General, Letitia James.
Yeah.
And she went after Donald Trump ad nauseum for trying to get better deals on loans. Remember that whole thing? And then it turns out she did the same thing, right? So now she is being investigated for literally doing the same thing. And so, people on our side of the aisle find it really funny and obviously ironic that she is a big time Donald Trump hater. And she prosecuted Donald Trump for basically lying to the banks and all this other kind of stuff, which he didn't do. The banks even came and said that he didn't overinflate the values of his home and all these things. So Trump was asked about the case against Letitia James. I want you to listen to this very closely, and I'm gonna tell you what to listen for. They ask him about it, and then he starts off by saying, "Well, I don't really know anything about it." And then he goes on and talks about every minuscule thing about the case. But he doesn't know anything about it. Listen to this.
Well, I don't know what it is currently, but Letitia James, who's the Attorney General of New York State, it seemed, I'm not involved in that at all. I know that it's being handled by various groups, I guess, but it's major fraud, mortgage documents, and fraudulent everything. Yeah, I think she said the father was her husband, which she had to have a husband, so she chose her father, and she put it down, and she had didn't she sign in Virginia, yet she said she lived in Virginia, yet she's the New York State Attorney General. She did that for tax reasons, so she could take advantage of taxes. And she had the wrong number of units. She had a much different number, which wouldn't have allowed her to qualify and scam the government. So I don't know. I think she's very bad for New York, but I really don't know too much about it, but I appreciate the question. Thank you very much.
He didn't know anything about it, but he
doesn't know a thing.
Literally knows everything about it. By the way, we were joking about the troll in the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
Carl Childers.
Yeah.
Apparently, that's a character from the movie Sling Blade.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever seen Sling Blade?
No.
I haven't either.
Okay.
But it's funny that came up because the wonderful Amy, my wife, actually was aghast that I had not actually ever seen Sling Blade. Otherwise, I'd know that Carl was the character in Sling Blade. So I've never seen that, and apparently you haven't either. So
yeah.
That is now on my ever-growing list of movies that I have not seen. We've got like, it has to be 25, 30
I do the
movies
same
on
thing.
that thing. Do you too?
Yeah, I keep a list on my phone.
Amy does too.
Does she?
Oh my goodness. And we got all of these movies that I've never, Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah.
I know that's on the list. You got Sling Blade, which is the most recent. Dumb and Dumber.
My husband gets to watch movies all the time because I'm in bed at 6:30, 7 o'clock. So, there's that space of time and, at nighttime he'll watch a movie. I never see a movie ever. I mean, we don't even go to the movies. So it's just not on my radar to get out and see them, but I have to try.
You were retired.
I know.
You had all the time in the world to watch all your movies.
Yeah.
And then, for whatever reason,
called.
You decided that you wanted to come back and hang out with me on the morning show.
What was I thinking?
I don't know. That's what people keep asking, actually. What in the world was Jones thinking? You liked your job at Home Depot, which we talked about yesterday.
Yep. I really did.
Yeah. And I bet you look good in orange, too, with that big orange smock.
So, funny thing, that the people who work there, they're all fans of the show.
At Home Depot?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Big time fans.
Oh,
and
cool.
So they texted me and said, if you want to come back, I'll take you back in a heartbeat, which was really nice.
Hello, Home Depotites.
Yes.
I'm looking for a specific, some specific text messages that came in earlier today, and I can't find it. Doggone it! I get so many of these, and it's hard for me to get through them all. But our trash haulers said hello this morning.
Oh
as
yeah,
well.
they like to say hi. Yes,
they do. They tell us they're actual trucks, and
yes.
I can't find it. Doggone it.
Usually they're right at the beginning of the morning.
Yeah, they are. They are. And I've got such, like ADD or whatever, that by the time the show actually starts, so many of these things have come in and I've just completely lost focus.
Yeah.
Kind of like right now, actually. 5:53.
Oh, we have to do a show?
But listen, if you're listening, whether you're a trash hauler, you work at Home Depot, you make donuts, or you're a cop or whatever it is, thank you for listening to Nashville's Morning News.
Or if you work at the Home Depot in Manchester.
And listen, if you work at Lowe's, no hate to you either. We love you too.
Yeah.
Whatever. I don't care what you do as long as you listen. 5:53. Joan has the news coming up. Joan.
Yeah, the vote is currently underway on the floor of the House of Representatives. We'll keep you updated on that. And more about those two Israeli, the two people that were shot to death outside the Jewish Museum in D.C. this morning. We've got more details on what happened there. It's all coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.54, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. I know they listen to the show. Thank you. Now, they want you to know that those TVA rebates, they have been extended through this month. Mini splits, 17 SEER 2 or higher. You buy one of those, you're going to get an $800 rebate. You can get up to 12 months, no payment and no interest, depending on your credit and the lender's offers may vary. But here's the deal. Busy Bee is always trying to save you money. They've got rebates on AC tune-ups, $50 rebate for each one, spring and fall. And then that's going to pay for your Beehive membership for the year. Also, this is a great company to work for, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They are hiring right now, and they've got hiring open house on May 31st from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You've got to have at least 3+ years of experience in plumbing and HVAC. They are hiring for both service and install departments. It's a good pay range for these more experienced roles, $30 to $39 hourly. You got your health care benefits. You got 2 weeks vacation. The office is closed on federal holidays, and you get your birthday off. So check them out, 615-775-7833. Whether you're a customer or maybe a future employee, this is a great company. Busy Bee HVAC, 615-775-7833. Find them online, busybeehvac.com. .559, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. So it looks like the big, beautiful bill has now passed the House of Representatives. So we'll continue to cover that for you. By the way, Holloway Services, Truck 518, is one of those folks that texted in, said they're listening. That, of course, led to a whole bunch of other people texting their workplaces in as well. Wilson Customs apparently also listens. The whole office listens, apparently. Thank you very much for that. Got a lot more news straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories moments ago on the floor of the House of Representatives. The GOP-controlled House passing the big, beautiful bill by a narrow margin. That measure now heads to the Senate for passage. 2 Israeli embassy staffers who were gunned down by a Palestinian supporter outside the Capitol Jewish Museum last night in D.C. have been identified now as friends and colleagues who fell in love and were days away from getting engaged.
The young man purchased a ring this week with the intention of proposing to his girlfriend next week in Jerusalem. They were a beautiful couple who came to enjoy an evening in Washington's Cultural Center.
That's Israel's ambassador to the U.S., Yachiel Leiter. The suspect is a 30-year-old man from Chicago. He was taken into custody right after the shooting. The ambassador has taken a phone call, he said, from President Trump.
He told me that his administration is going to do everything it can possibly do to fight and end anti-Semitism.
The event that couple was attending, by the way, at the museum was themed Turning Pain into Purpose. Happening overnight, a woman riding a bicycle was seriously injured when an SUV hit her as she rode along Bell Road in Antioch and then drove off. This happened about 10:30 last night. Police are searching for video to help them identify the driver. They say they believe it was a red-colored SUV based on the evidence left behind at the scene. The Department of Justice ending the civil rights investigation into the Memphis Police Department and retracted alleged violations that the Biden administration claims it found in the months after the officer-involved beating death of Tyree Nichols. The DOJ is also starting the process of dismissing lawsuits against Louisville and Minneapolis after the deaths of Breonna Taylor and George Floyd, claiming the Biden administration wanted to replace local policing decisions with federal anti-police bureaucrats, imposing potentially hundreds of millions of dollars in compliance costs. Some treasured artifacts from President Abraham Lincoln went on the auction block yesterday.
The blood-stained gloves that President Lincoln was wearing the day he was assassinated in 1865 sold for $1.5 million at an auction by Freeman's Hindman in Chicago. 136 items were sold, which raised $7.9 million. The money is to pay off the remainder of a 2-decade-old loan that the Lincoln Presidential Foundation used to buy 1,500 artifacts from a collector in 2007. One of 2 handkerchiefs Lincoln had with him the night he was shot went for $826,000.
That's ABC's Chuck Sievertson. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Dow futures are minus 31 right now. NASDAQ futures gaining 39. We've got S&P futures up by 6 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather. Next time, Joan Jones, WTN News. There still may be some delays this morning on 65 on the southbound side near the Bethel Road area. That's the White House area. And that's because of an overturned tractor trailer now cleared away. Somehow it's still causing some delays in that area. And I'm starting to see delays too now on 24 as you're making your way in, starting in the Smyrna area all the way up to the curve as it joins 40. 40 looks pretty good this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.606 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And there is a lot going on. Appreciate you being here. Nashville's Morning News. So, yes, the House of Representatives has passed the big, beautiful bill. And this was the moment that Mike Johnson announced that, Speaker of the House announced that it had passed.
On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 214. With one answering present. The bill is passed.
I want to know who voted present. That's a real
Massey.
Was it Massey?
I'm not
no,
sure.
I guarantee you Massey would have voted against it. He's not a present kind of guy. He is I'm a nay. There were two nays amongst the Republican Party. Apparently there were two nays and everybody else was either two nays, one present, and everybody else voted for. I'm trying to find out exactly what was in the final bill. No tax on tips or overtime, apparently. I'm seeing Twitter. $175 billion for deportations in the wall. Tax relief for seniors and making his 2017 tax cuts permanent. And, of course, the other thing that they're going to be doing is raising the debt ceiling. But now realize that it's going to be going to now the Senate. And then the Senate's going to have their own version of the bill. Then they're going to have to go into reconciliation. And who knows what the end result is going to be. Also, I don't know where the salt tax is. Yesterday it was, at $40,000 per. And I don't know if that has now been raised because the Democrats wanted that salt tax up towards $120,000 a year. It's crazy. And so I don't know where all that is. I'm trying to find all the details, and as soon as some of these representatives actually read the bill that they voted on, maybe we'll be able to find out what is in these thousands and thousands of pages. Yeah, it is sad. I mean, I would be interested in if I got one of these guys on the phone, and I'm not disparaging them, but if I got them on the phone and I asked them some of the specifics of what was in this bill, I do wonder if they would be able to answer some of these specifics that I would be asking. But I'm assuming they have raised the debt limit and some of the other things that I just mentioned. And we'll see if we can find a checklist for you as the morning continues to unfold. It is 6:08 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Couple of things. And then we're going to get into the Peter Doocy audio and how he has been calling out President Biden for a long time. A lot of the commentary from Cringe Jean-Pierre has certainly not aged well. And so we'll cover that here momentarily. But I am also going to cover, did you see the press conference yesterday, Joan, with the South African president in the White House?
Oof.
That was a humdinger.
That was uncomfortable to watch. I can't even imagine what it was like to be in the room.
Well, and here's the deal, and I'm going to get into all of that coming up at 6:35 here on Nashville's Morning News. But a lot of people are noticing that the media is using the term ambush, that President Trump ambushed the president from South Africa. We're going to talk about that and a whole lot more because it's right there in the talking points. There's actually a meme going around about all of these different headlines. And clearly the talking points are, they have been told to use the talking point that our president ambushed the president of South Africa. We're going to talk about that, whether or not it was an ambush. I don't care about that. What I love is that the president, President Trump, he could give a rat's behind about diplomacy at this point when it comes to certain leaders. Now, we're going to get into the specifics at 6:35 on what exactly is going on in South Africa. So that is coming up at 6:35 here on Super Talk. And again, the breaking news is that the House has passed the One Big Beautiful Bill. Now, Peter Doocy, we've all been talking about what is going on with the blame game, the cover-up, and how all of these members of the media, whether it was Biden's cognitive decline or whether it was his cancer, we don't know what the media knew or didn't know. But I think that what they have done, clearly, in my opinion, was willful. They deceived or tried to deceive the American people, and that was obvious. Now, you have Jake Tapper and all of these other people out there saying, oh, we were lied to by the White House. We were lied to by the president's staff, Joe Biden. It was so incredibly obvious. And so the media is trying to play Mickey the Dummy when the reality is there really was, all during the time of Joe Biden's term in office, there's one guy that was asking all of the pertinent questions, and that was Peter Doocy. But first, this commentary from this morning, this headline: Biden White House visitor logs reveal which Democrats participated in the cognitive decline cover-up. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries made 21 visits to the White House, yet perpetually said that Joe Biden was fine, no problems, sharp as a tack. House Democratic Whip Catherine Clark, a Democrat out of Massachusetts, Representative Pete Aguilar is also named in this article, and also a representative out of the state of Washington named Suzanne Debine, I believe that's her name, also made dozens of trips to the White House. They knew, the Democrats knew, because you think that Hakeem Jeffries and Pete Aguilar and Catherine Clark and these other folks, you think they weren't talking? Of course they were. Now, Jake Tapper has become the poster child for out-of-touch, narcissistic, and horribly, in my opinion, corrupt journalists who are now profiting off of their own deceit. Now, remember the audio that I played for you yesterday, big segment on the show yesterday, where Jake Tapper was getting obliterated by Megyn Kelly.
But I'm telling you, like, over here in my ecosphere, we were covering all of these. It wasn't just falling down. It was getting lost. It was some of the stuff you report in your book. We knew, and we were reporting on, like the multi-jump cuts in the videos of him, where it was obvious he couldn't get through a 1-minute take. So they had to use those. It was clear to us that he was using teleprompter, and there was some reporting on that at the time, all of which the White House was denying.
Let's just stick to the facts here, okay?
Jake, that's what I've been doing all along.
I'm talking about what you just said.
Didn't miss the biggest story of the century when it comes to presidential politics, and one of us did.
Woo, boy. I'm going to make that one of my ringtones. Because I love that so much. Fewer people, by the way, new polling out now. Fewer people are buying Team Biden's efforts to play down reports that he was mentally declining as president, believing instead that his aides and the media engaged in a cover-up to hide Joe Biden's failings. So now the polling is coming out, and clearly people know that the media was part of this cover-up. The pollster said 44% of voters believe that Joe Biden's mental condition was already going downhill before he even got elected in 2020. 41% disagreed. 60% believe that he would not have been mentally or physically capable of doing his job had he stayed in the 2024 race and beaten Donald Trump to win a second term. Well, that's what I've been saying all along, is that the Democrats wanted to somehow get him over the finish line. Then, of course, they could install Kamala Harris as America's first black female president. So I just played you the audio of Jake Tapper under fire for his deceitful reporting and now making money off of that deceitful reporting with his book. The exact opposite of Jake Tapper is one Peter Doocy, and I've got really good audio from Peter Doocy coming up next. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes today, high of 77, mostly sunny as well. Right now, 62 degrees at Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. So Doocy yesterday comes out swinging against the likes of Jake Tapper and others who refused to cover the Biden White House like he did. So he posts all of these instances of him actually asking tough questions of Cringe Jean-Pierre as she and the rest of the White House covered up the president's clear cognitive decline, like the time that Biden said he was sharpest before 8 p.m.
So say that the Pentagon at some point picks up an incoming nuke. It's 11 p.m. Who do you call? The First Lady?
He has a team that lets him know of any news that is pertinent and important to the American people.
She sounded so defeated. One of the things that I'm noticing, Joan, is that Cringe Jean-Pierre, she was not only, as we all knew, terrible at her job, but I think that she knew that she was lying. She had to have.
She had to.
She had to have. And so when you look at Peter Doocy, his questions aged really well because he was asking all the right questions.
Yeah.
But she just refused to acknowledge what we all saw. You know, it's interesting, too, because when you look at the Biden White House, there were always instances of lies. There were always instances of obfuscations. I mean, take the border is secure, right? Take the Border Patrol whipped those Haitians. Take, obviously, what we're talking now, which is the president's clear cognitive decline and them denying it. So everywhere you would look within the Biden administration, it was lie after lie after lie. And so Doocy has all of these posts. And again, part of what I noticed is that Doocy's questions were pointed and succinct.
At a fundraiser this week, President Biden told donors about how Charlottesville inspired his campaign. And then according to the pool, a few minutes later, he told the story again nearly word for word. What's up with that? And
the answers from Cringe Jean-Pierre were just terrible.
He made it very clear as to what he saw in this country and what was going on.
And so the president, showing clear cognitive decline, told the same story, the same exact story, word for word, twice in like a 5-minute period. And Cringe Jean-Pierre is like, well, yeah, it's because he feels so passionate about it. No, he forgot that he said it the first time. And here's the thing. The more we learn about this cover-up, the worse her answers become. I mean, we all knew that she was full of BS. I mean, I was right here every single day, whether it was in the afternoons, in the midday, whatever. And we all knew that she was lying. It was clear. But here's the thing. We knew that at the same time that she was lying and telling us that the president was okay, we could see with our own eyes. And so then the question becomes, who made all these bad decisions? I mean, think about all the bad decisions over the past 4 years when Joe Biden was in office. I mean, the border, the failed pullout of Afghanistan, drumming all of these military people out of the military, these veterans, because they refused to get the vaccine. I mean, I could go on and on. Who made all of these reprehensible decisions? And so it was the perfect storm, the last 4 years. It was the perfect storm of a terrible press secretary trying to cover for a presidential administration, trying to cover for a president who was getting worse by the day. Here's more.
How is President Biden ever going to convince the 3/4 of voters who are worried about his physical and mental health that he is okay, even though in Las Vegas he told a story about recently talking to a French president who died in 1996?
Yep.
I'm not even going to go down that rabbit hole with you, sir.
What is
We're
the
going to
rabbit
go.
hole?
Go ahead.
He said
go
he
ahead.
talked to Mitterrand.
Go ahead. You saw.
Why would it be a rabbit hole? Like, I'm still asking this question. Why would it be a rabbit hole? That is a perfectly legit question.
The president in Vegas, in California. You've seen the president in South Carolina. You saw him in Michigan.
Oh, yeah, we saw him all right. Remember when Biden said he'd spoken to that long-dead French president? She calls it a rabbit hole, and it wasn't a rabbit hole. It was clearly a sign, and it was a sign that the American people picked up on, unless you're a member of the esteemed Washington media. And then she, of course, gets all sanctimonious about it when really she was part of the cover-up.
President Biden is the oldest president in U.S. history. Why does White House staff treat him like a baby?
No one treats the president of the United States, the commander-in-chief, like a baby.
Well, that was a claim that was made in a book that Biden at the time was fuming that he wasn't being treated like a president. He wasn't being treated like John F. Kennedy. He was being treated like a baby. And again, she gets all sanctimonious about it. And then there was the time that Peter Doocy asked Biden directly about his memory.
Said in his report is that something the special counsel said in his report is that one of the reasons you were not charged is because, in his description, you are a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory.
I'm well-meaning, and I'm an elderly man, and I know what the hell I'm doing. I've been president. I put this country back on its feet. I don't need his recommendation. It's totally
How bad is your memory, and can you continue as president?
My memory is so bad, I let you speak.
I mean, absolutely brutal. And so I think part of what that really does show you is that Peter Doocy is not only obviously calling out the rest of the media, but by posting those videos of his exchanges, interactions with cringe Jean-Pierre, it also shows that she clearly was part of the cover-up. But some have said that they actually feel sorry for cringe Jean-Pierre because she was in a no-win situation. Well, if you're in a no-win situation, then get out of that situation and actually tell the truth. What a concept. 622, Nashville's Morning News. The super text line is open, 615-737-9986. Joan Jones has the news at 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, I dug into the details, and we know now who voted for, who voted against, and who voted present on the big, beautiful bill in the House of Representatives. All those details and what was included and not coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.622 Nashville's Morning News on WTN. I want to welcome on into the program Tony from Cabinet Solutions. Tony, always love talking to you, and you folks do cabinets, you do flooring, and a whole lot more. Talk about what separates Cabinet Solutions from your competitors.
Well, I had somebody ask me that recently, and I told them, for one, I rarely think about our competitors because the more I make it about them, the less it becomes about our clients. But one noticeable thing of how we categorize our cabinetry. We treat it as the furniture that it is, not just storage. Any old cabinet company can draw up a run of cabinets and screw them to the wall and call it a day and get off to the next customer. But if you want your cabinetry to complement your home and you want it to be a reflection of who you are, then I encourage you to be partners with Cabinet Solutions. We're just different in that way.
All right, Tony, thank you very much. Always appreciate having you on. I've been to your facility, your warehouse. You got great people working for you, great merchandise as well. And obviously, you have a huge selection at terrific prices. Find them online, mycabinetsolution.com, mycabinetsolution.com. 625, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at USS. United Structural Systems. I've been telling you for years about USS. I am a client. I've been very happy with the work that they've done for me out at the Mandis household. They will do great work for you. USS, they are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. Again, they've helped me a number of different times. Now, listen, they've got 30,000 satisfied customers, including this recent review on Google. Guy says that USS was highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish. They treated his home as if they were working on their own. And he does give United Structural Systems 5 stars all the way. Now, USS, they're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and you're not going to pay a dime until the work is done and you're a satisfied customer. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855. They can help you with waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, foundation repair, and so much more. Find out more. USSTN.com. .628, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Find us on YouTube. You can watch the radio show. I think Joan looks great today. YouTubers on the chat, don't you think that Joan looks great today? Having a great hair day and everything. Now, would you support Donald Trump Jr. for president? If you go to YouTube, you take the Daily Dan poll, and he is out there today, part of the news cycle, DJTJ, as Phil Valentine used to say. They asked him if he would run for president, if he would consider running for president, and he would not say no. 65% of the people on the YouTube chat say that, yes, they would support Donald J. Trump Jr. for president. 35% of you said no. By the way, my official talk show host opinion on all of this is the more the merrier. Come on in and jump into the primary with Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, Donald J. Trump Jr., and whoever else wants to run in. That's why we have a primary. There's no colluding. There's no games, nothing like that on our side of the aisle like you clearly see on the left side of the aisle. No, we like a primary system where we can flesh out the best candidates. It is 6:30 on WTN.
Good morning, 6:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, it was a squeaker, but President Trump's sprawling tax and spending bill did pass a vote in the House of Representatives early this morning after a series of last-minute changes. House Speaker Mike Johnson.
To our friends in the Senate, I would just say the president is waiting with his pen. The American people are waiting for this relief. They are waiting for these life-changing results, and we are going to finish this job.
Now, the bill would extend President Trump's 2017 tax cuts. Some of the changes include accelerated Medicaid work requirements now kicking in December of 2026 instead of 2029. It also ends certain tax credits for wind and solar energy by 2028 instead of phasing out in 2031. The SALT cap is locked at $40,000. It was Congressman Thomas Massey and Warren Davidson. They both voted no. Andy Harris of Maryland voted present. And, of course, all Democrats voted no. Well, don't be afraid to call police. That's the message from Laverne's police chief, Christopher Mose.
There are communities in Laverne that are losing trust in law enforcement in this country right now, and it's going to make our job that much more difficult.
Mose telling Channel 4 that his officers, well, they have ways of getting around asking about immigration status.
If that does not come up during the course of the investigation, all right, we are then we actually have no knowledge of somebody's immigration status, and then we're not bound by law.
Mose saying Laverne Police and Tennessee Highway Patrol will conduct joint traffic stops, but this time they will not include ICE. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:32, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN Stoltz Co. Now, I've been talking about these folks for a long time. This is a great Tennessee company. Now, what they do is they build pole barns, and these pole barns, look, friends, you can use them for anything. So if you've got a piece of land, some property that you don't know what to do with, think about putting up a pole barn from Stoltz Co. Now, that can do a number of different things, but one of the big ones is it could increase the value of your land. You can use your new pole barn from Stoltz Co. as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building, or you can just live in it. We call those barn dominiums, and now they are continuing to expand at Stoltz Co. because now they are offering turnkey barn dominiums from my friends at Stoltz Co. By the way, you can also plan ahead and build your retirement home. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out. What can Stoltz Co. build for you? Well, pretty much anything. 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992. You can also find them on Instagram and Facebook or at their website, stoltzco.com, STOLTZCO, stoltzco.com. .633, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here from my carpet cleaning company, Zero Res. Now, I've been a client for years and years, and one big reason is that they really do help my allergies. Now, how do I know this? How do I know that Zero Res helps my allergies? Well, this is my carpet cleaning company, and they've been cleaning my carpets for years. Now, I go to friends' homes. They don't use Zero Res, and I walk into their homes, and there have been instances where I just start sneezing and I just start coughing. You know why? Because, and I don't say it, but their carpet's dirty. This is why I call Zero Res all the time to clean my carpets. I need to make sure that my carpet is allergen free. You know, carpet is the #1 air filter inside your home. It filters out airborne particulates and pollen, bacteria, you name it. Zero Res is going to filter out the bad stuff so that you can keep your filter clean. And they do this better than anyone, Zero Res does. They don't use any harsh chemicals or soaps, just powered water that leaves behind soft and fluffy carpets. Right now, they've got a great deal for listeners to my show. They don't raise their prices, and every month they give you new opportunities to save money. Couple of rooms of carpets cleaned, 2 rooms of carpets cleaned, just $109. Plus, you are going to get a free hallway, plus 25% off of area rugs. Call them now, 615-535-9376, 615-535-9376. Book online, ZeroResNashville.com.
Got a crash right at the Parthenon. It's at 28th or 31st Avenue at the Park Plaza. An injury crash. Could be causing some delays this morning. There's also some delays on 24. They begin around the Smyrna area, run all the way up into the area of the 40 Bend. You've got no big delays on 40 this morning, and then as things converge there at 24 and 65 in the northbound side to the north of the city, heading into Nashville, that's where there's more of a jam up this morning. The usual delays. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.637 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. 3215 says, because he just heard me do the Zero Res carpet cleaning commercial. Didn't Dan just say the other day that he didn't have carpet in his home? I actually do. I have carpets on both my staircases, and also upstairs is where we have a lot of carpet. And we did have carpet downstairs, and then Amy decided she wanted flooring, and what the wife wants, the wife gets. Thank you very much for that. Let's see here. Another guy, and he tells me 2308. Then I'm going to get into some other audio. 2308 says, I'm so glad the country is on such, he says on, this guy's typing is terrible. I'm so glad the country is in such great shape that the last 4 years is all you have to talk about it. You should try to do better. Give me a break. Nothing to see here. Really? Is that your take, 2308? Okay. But I'm here to tell you that the last 4 years has been the biggest political scandal in history. It really has, obviously. There are, though, a lot of other things going on. You know what's going on? A lot of winning. So I want to get into what is going on with this story from yesterday. And it was such a great story, such a funny story. And you do have a lot of the Democrats and a lot of the mainstream media saying that and accusing President Trump of ambushing the president of South Africa. Guy's name is Cyril Ramaphosa, I believe. I don't know. Am I saying that right, Joan? Ramaphosa?
If you say it, then I believe it.
All right. Very good. The president of South Africa. Now, yesterday, this does continue to reverberate across the world where, you know, there's all these reports, and I've covered this before, the reports of genocide that is happening in South Africa. Now, you have a lot of people that are saying there is no genocide happening in South Africa. That's a conspiracy theory. Well, I don't know about you, friends, but the conspiracy theorists have been right on a lot of things over the last 8 years. So if you want to say that the genocide of white farmers is simply a conspiracy theory, well, I would just tell you to stay tuned. I don't know what's going on in South Africa. I don't. it seems to me like, and I'm going to get into this, but it seems to me like what is happening is you have a lot of the people on the left that what they're trying to do is they're trying to hang Trump on utilizing the word genocide. They're trying to get really technical. They're trying to split hairs on the word genocide. So I guess the question is, how many farmers have to be killed to call this a genocide? I don't know. But remember the President Trump, he accepted 50 or so, I think it was 59 or so refugees from South Africa. And he said that there was a genocide of white farmers going on. So then the president of South Africa ends up coming to the White House yesterday. Oh, this was classic. This was must-see TV. So you've got South Africa's president and a bunch of other politicians from his nation. And Elon Musk is there. And Elon Musk was just, he was staring this guy down, the president of South Africa. And so he is saying, and they've all been saying, no, there's no genocide going on. And so Donald Trump rolls out a television set.
Turn the lights down and just put this on. It's right behind you.
There's nothing this parliament can do. With or without you, people are going to occupy land. We require no permission from you, from the president, from no one. We don't care. We can do whatever you want to do. Who are you to tell us whether we can occupy land or not? We are going to occupy
now,
land.
echoing throughout the room are all of these politicians, the video that Donald Trump is showing, and I don't know, we've all played the audio from this particular video. Echoing through the room are these politicians from South Africa, in South Africa, calling for the genocide of white farmers.
There must be killing because the killing is part of a revolutionary act.
And it goes on and on. Now, as this video plays, and it does feel like it's going on forever, you can feel these South African politicians getting more and more uncomfortable. The president of South Africa, he's shifting in his seat. I think you could see him kind of perspiring a little bit. It's getting very awkward and uncomfortable. And so all of these politicians screaming about killing the farmers. Now, this is from the New York Post. The footage played at the meeting showed left-wing populist leader Julius Malema calling for the murder of members of South Africa's 4.5 million strong white community, which comprises about 7.3% of the population, and a roadside memorial, they say ostensibly for dozens of murdered white farmers. Still another clip, the New York Post reads, featured Jacob Zuma, South Africa's president from 2009 to 2018, singing an anti-apartheid song, Kill the Boer. That's apparently an anti-apartheid anthem, which has allegedly fueled tensions and farm invasions. So for his side, the South African president says that what is on the television is not the official policy of his government. This is part of what he had to say.
Now this is very bad. These are burial sites right here. Burial sites. Over 1,000 of white farmers, and those cars are lined up to pay love on a Sunday morning. And
that, of course, President Trump, and he is showing the video of all of those crosses. And the president of South Africa, he even asked, where is that? Like he didn't even know. And Trump is like, well, it's in South Africa, you idiot. So then Donald Trump breaks out all of these news articles from mostly European media outlets, big stack of articles, these news articles, nicely stapled.
These are articles over the last few days. Death of people. Death. Horrible death. Death.
All right, so the President Trump, clearly feels like the evidence is there. Now, as I just said, some of those chanting are no longer in power from that video that Donald Trump showed, or they're members of minority parties and so forth. And so there is a debate going on as to what really is happening in South Africa. There's also a big debate going on as far as what should be happening in South Africa. And this President Cyril Ramaphosa, he says, no, this is not the official policy of my government. Well, then guess what comes out? I've got details straight ahead. 6:45, time to check the roads on WTN. .646, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather for today, high of 77 and mostly sunny. Right now, 62 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So South Africa's president, as he is confronted by people within South Africa's political structure that are calling for the murder of white farmers and also for their land to be basically stolen from them via the government, and you have the president saying, the president of South Africa saying, "Well, this is not my policy. This is not the official policy of my administration." Well, then guess what comes up on social media? But that very same South African president saying this:
the question of land. The land of our forefathers and our foremothers must return to our people without any fail and without any payment of compensation. And it must happen now.
So, I mean, apparently the stealing of the land is, now that is somebody, just so you know, that I know, that is somebody basically taping a speech on TV, right? So take it for what it is. With AI and all that stuff, you really don't know what is authentic anymore. But again, there is a debate going on within South Africa itself as to what the policy should be as far as the farmland and whether or not these farmers really are being murdered for their land. But most people in the media are holding on to their reporting that what is happening in South Africa is perfectly legal, no problems whatsoever, that white farmers are not getting murdered for their land, and it's not a genocide. I mean, that's what the media is reporting. And so I loved what Scott Jennings had to say on CNN, where he's like, okay, well, if it's not a genocide, then what is it?
Whether you call it a genocide or not, the facts are white farmers in South Africa have been murdered. A lot of people have tried to cover this up. A lot of people in, I think, media in the United States have tried to cover it up. Obviously, the South African government doesn't want to talk about it, so it was kind of a boss move for Donald Trump to roll that television in there today. And I think even the agriculture minister in the Oval Office confirmed that these people are, in fact, being murdered. So my question is, if it's not a genocide today, how many do we want to let get murdered so that people around here can be satisfied? Okay, now it's a genocide. Let's let a few more. I don't understand. We're talking about 50-something people they were trying to let in, and everybody's losing their mind after we let in 20 million illegal immigrants over the last several years. The president is trying to prevent genocide from happening any further to these people. They are clearly being discriminated against. Some have been murdered. This was an interesting spectacle in the Oval Office today, but it had to happen because I don't think anybody was telling the truth about it.
Yeah. Scott Jennings is right. And as far as the taking of farmland, I spoke about this days ago, but I'll go ahead and just do a couple of quick hits on this. South Africa, they passed a law in 2024, the Expropriation Act. And what they're doing is they're taking land from farmers who they say got the land because of apartheid. And that in South Africa, only a very small percentage of farmland could be owned by black South Africans during apartheid. And so basically what they're doing is they're going to these white farmers who have had this land for generations, and they're taking the land. And if that's not stealing land, I don't know what is. This land has been in their families for generations. So now the question is, what's the truth? The media here in America, they're going to eye roll and say, well, it's a genocide. It's not happening. But here's my question for you. Do they have any credibility whatsoever? Of course not. And you see, that's the problem. Nobody really knows who or what to believe. I don't believe anything the media reports. I believe Donald Trump. I believe and I'm air quoting here, conspiracy theorists. That's who I believe, because these days it's the conspiracy theorists who've been right all along. Story after story after story after story. I mean, just the latest is Joe Biden's cognitive decline. And those conspiracy theorists, those are the ones that always seem to end up correct. So that's who I believe. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986. It's interesting too, Joan. The word being used is ambush. Donald Trump ambushed the South African president. Well, here's the thing. I don't know if it was an ambush or what you want to call it, but I agree with Scott Jennings, where Donald Trump, he does need to push the envelope on this if things are going to change in South Africa, because then the question is, okay, what can we do as a nation to prevent a genocide? Because you'd think that that's what everybody would want. And if it's not technically a genocide now, well, then what can we do to ensure that it does not end up being a genocide? That's what I feel like is going on, is you've got all of these politicians who are literally splitting hairs, and media members who are splitting hairs on what exactly a genocide is. 6:51, and Joan Jones has the news coming up. Joan.
Yeah, a woman was it was a hit and run this morning in Antioch, and police are looking for help. Got details on that and the shooting outside of the D.C. Jewish Museum overnight that claimed the lives of a young couple. We've got details on that as well coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mendes here, giving you the update on one of my favorite parties of the year. It is the Glock Store's 5th annual open house. It's happening on Saturday, May 31st. You want to come out? You want to meet KGB? He's going to be there in my place. I'm going to be on my Night at Disney cruise. Matt Murphy is also going to be there, and you need to be there too. You know who's going to be there? At the Glock Store's 5th annual open house? All kinds of vendors. Now, every year, they throw open the doors and they welcome all of Nashville to come on in and join the fun. They've got incredible raffles. That's going to be happening all day long. They've got some guest speakers there as well. And this is your best chance ever to not only win some really great gear, some Burrow bullets as well, but you can also win a custom Glock handgun. And even, again, if you don't win a raffle, they will have incredible deals on all things Glocks, including, by the way, Glocks. So check them out. Go to their websites, shoot270.com and glockstore.com. You've got to save the date, and that is, again, Saturday, May 31st. It is the Glock Store's 5th annual open house. And I've been to the previous 4. They are amazing. Again, find all the details as they become available. Shoot270.com and glockstore.com. 6:56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, Joan.
Yes.
Forget about the tax cuts.
Okay.
Forget about, like, border security. Forget about, the SALT tax and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
I found the really important part of the big, beautiful bill. You ready?
An important nugget of information.
An important nugget of information.
Yes.
An indoor tanning excise tax that was eliminated in the original bill text would be maintained. So apparently the indoor tanning excise tax that was eliminated in the original bill will actually be maintained.
Well, that was important.
Yeah. You ever done that? Tanning beds and all that?
Oh, yeah. I used
Have
to
you
work at a
really?
tanning salon when I was real young, like 17.
Aren't you like literally microwaving yourself?
Yes, but it looked really good.
Oh, good. Might take like 7, 8, 9, 10 years off your life, but you look really good.
Yeah.
I've always said, because that's what Donald Trump does, right? Like, Trump does something to make himself look orange.
Yeah, he does.
All right.
Well, I think he tans because you see the rings around his eyes. That's because he's wearing glasses, and you have to wear the glasses when you're in the tanning bed.
I wonder if he's got like the tanning bed, upstairs in the bedroom or something, in the living quarters of the White House.
It's golden covered.
It's got to be golden covered.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I'm sure even the goggles are gold. But here's the thing. I believe that he looks better. Should we do this as a Daily Dan poll? I think Trump, and I've said this before, I think Trump looks actually better when he's not orange. Like, I don't know why he does that.
I don't know either.
Do you think he looks better non-orange?
I mean,
I'm not being...
Have you ever really seen him non-orange?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
I have.
Okay.
Yeah. I even said, I think I said it to you, that, and I know I said it to my wife, I said, he doesn't look orange today. Like, you can always tell when he's like right out of the tanning bed.
Yeah.
Now, at least he's awake, which is more than we can say for the previous president. But
I also like that he's let his hair go white. Like, for a long time, there was a little bit of blonde in it.
Okay.
But now it's white. I mean, it just is what it is.
Okay.
I like it.
Tax cuts, permanent 40% cap on SALT deductions like we spoke about. Border
I've got
states.
the whole list in the news.
Oh, you do?
Right ahead, yeah.
Border states are going to get $12 billion. Jones got all the latest, and whether or not you consider this a victory or a defeat because of the raising of the debt ceiling, either way, it's done. It now goes over to the Senate, where it will no doubt have to see some changes.
Mm-hmm.
It is 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. More on those details now. The House bill that's known as President Trump's big, beautiful bill passing in the House early this morning, headed to the Senate now. This bill extends Trump's 2017 tax cuts for all income groups. It also eliminates taxes on tips, overtime pay, and yes, on Social Security benefits, too. It provides new money for border security, national defense, and support for farmers. It also reduces spending on Medicaid and nutrition assistance. We've got more on this as the morning continues. Well, last night in Washington, D.C., 2 staff members from the Israeli embassy were shot and killed. Members from the Israeli embassy were shot and killed in what investigators say was a targeted shooting. ABC's Nicole D'Antonio.
After the shooting, a man in custody inside the museum was heard chanting support of Palestinians. The American Jewish Committee was hosting an event at the museum celebrating Jewish heritage at the time of the shooting. Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying this was a brazen act of cowardly anti-Semitic violence. Israel's ambassador calling it, quote, a depraved act of anti-Semitic terrorism, saying the young embassy staffers killed were a couple who were planning to get married.
And what we know so far about that suspect, he is a 30-year-old. We are not using his name here, and he is from Chicago. The search is on for the driver that hit a woman riding a bike along Bell Road in Antioch last night. and then fled the scene. Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac tells us this happened about 10:30 last night.
Police believe the suspect was driving a red SUV. Now, that description is based on the debris left at the scene. And there is a bike lane there. Right now, we are working to learn from police if the woman was in the bike lane when she was hit by that car. The woman is now in the hospital with critical injuries.
And the crash happened on Bell Road between Rice Road and Hickory Highlands Drive. So they're hoping that somebody saw that crash or maybe has dash cam or home surveillance video that they'll share to help them identify the driver. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stocks tumbled Wednesday amid fears that a budget plan being debated in Congress might drive up U.S. debt. The Dow Jones dove 816 points to close back below 42,000. The S&P, which had been riding a wave for the past week, plunged 1.6%. The Nasdaq fell 1.4%. Investors were running for cover as equities sank deeper into the red yesterday and finding shelter in cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin hit a new record overnight, surging above $111,000 according to Coinmetrics. Nike's absence from Amazon is ending. The shoe and clothing giant says it'll start selling directly on the retail platform after spending 6 years focused on its own website and brick-and-mortar locations. Meanwhile, Walmart plans to pare down its workforce by about 1,500 as a way to simplify its operations. Those job cuts are coming in the company's tech operations and the Walmart advertising department. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Dow futures right now minus 142, NASDAQ futures down 24, and the S&P futures pointing down by 11 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Right at the Parthenon this morning, there's a crash, and police are working on that. Pretty slow around that area. Out at the airport, there's a crash blocking the right lane of eastbound 40 at the airport exit 216. You've got normal delays heading on 24 into Nashville this morning. Same thing on 24 at the merge there north of the city with 65. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The big, beautiful bill has passed, and inquiring minds, Joan, want to know about the taxes on Social Security. And I don't know if you reported this or not. Do we know about the taxes, no tax on Social Security? Did that pass?
That passed.
Okay,
as well
good.
As no taxes on tips and no taxes on overtime. Now, do I know how long that period will be? Was there a cap on the amount of time? I don't know that part, but I know that there is now, if this passes the Senate, there will be no taxes anymore on Social Security.
The tax cuts, I'm seeing the word extended. I'm also seeing the word permanent. So I don't know, are these tax cuts, the Trump tax cuts, are they extended?
They're extended.
They're extended. Okay, so that's the word that we'll use, is the word is extended.
Yes.
All right. Well, you know what? Then for me, that is... I'm
watching Hakeem Jeffries before.
Yeah.
There's video of him going on, facing the House, railing against this bill, and a member of his group is sitting behind him falling asleep.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny.
But, it was in the middle of the night. They've been working all night long, and then they worked overnight last night, too. So these guys are tired, and they're grumpy.
Well, why? What? Okay, so let me ask this question. What is Hakeem Jeffries? He was complaining before the bill was passed.
Yeah.
And then the vote happens, and now he's saying the same. What does he do? Just like flip the script and say, all right, well, I'm going to say the same thing again. You know what I mean? It's just like, what do you have to say? It's passed.
Yeah.
Now it's going to go to the Senate, and there will probably be changes made.
Here's one of the things that he had to say.
Not simply an assault on the economy, a broken promise. It's an assault on the health care of the American people.
Oh, stop it. Just shut up. Because everybody knows that what this is for Medicaid. They're trying to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. And that's what they're doing.
Taking illegal aliens off the Medicaid rolls. Hello.
By getting rid of the illegal aliens and putting means testing.
Yes.
So if you're an able-bodied adult, then you should. I know people like this. They should be working.
I do too. Yes.
Isn't
absolutely.
it so frustrating?
Yes.
And it is everything in my power not to just get in their grill. I don't.
I have a family member.
Me too.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Hard to watch that. Hard to watch it. Hard not to call them out, but it happens.
I promised a long time ago when I really started, not only becoming a talk show host, but becoming like way more opinionated. I actually told my mom that I promised I would not become belligerent at like family events. I wasn't going to be that guy.
Yeah.
But I'm like, well, what if everybody else is belligerent? Then can I please be belligerent?
Can I jump into the belligerence?
Can I jump in? So, I think everybody knows somebody who very well could work. It's like I want to, not that people actually fill out actual paper applications these days, but it's like I want to go to Walmart. This particular family member, I want to go to Walmart. I want to and Target and get applications and bring them.
Yeah.
And say, I know they're hiring. So go work. You might even get a full-time job. You could even, become like a manager and then a regional manager and maybe at some point make six figures. So go do that. And instead of spending your entire life living off the taxpayers of this country. And what's so frustrating is that people who will pretend that they're, hurt or whatever, and they just can't work. Oh, woe is me. I need my Medicaid and all this. I would be willing to bet, and I've done this monologue 1,000 times. It's just like the people that say there should be a higher minimum wage.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so then basically what you're doing is you are limiting yourself. You're limiting what you can accomplish. Because if you want to just live off the government dole and you make whatever Medicaid you make, and I don't know all that, how it works, but you get all of these government benefits, but you're not accomplishing anything. And odds are, if you went and you got a job and you applied yourself, you would double what you make from the taxpayers of America. You would have a sense of accomplishment. You, I don't know, maybe could buy a home and you could do something productive with your life. And so that's what's always astonishing to me is that, well, it's not astonishing because I know what the Democrats do, but it's astonishing to me that more people don't want to accomplish in their lives. They're happy with just living in, a small apartment or a broken down home or whatever it is, and collecting these government benefits as opposed to getting out there and working. It drives me nuts.
Yep.
But there's so many people like that, and I can't even relate to that mentality. That's how frustrated I get with it. Where you just want to look at somebody and you want to say, what the hell do you do all day? Like you sit around and watch The View. And by the way, these are the people that have the best phones. You know what I mean?
Yes. So this person routinely posts pictures on social media of their newest motorcycle. Hey, look at the new handgun I got.
Yes.
It's infuriating. Infuriating.
It sure is.
Yeah.
All right. Well, speaking of infuriating, 7:13 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Of course, the world here in America in shock. The story, I think, is going to fall off the headlines. Good for the Democrats. This guy, his name is...
I'm not, you know what? I decided, just so that you know what I'm doing, I'm not going to name him. I'm going to call him a 30-year-old from Chicago because he doesn't deserve for us to know his name. That's just what I'm doing.
Okay. All right. Well, I will stand in solidarity with you then, Joan.
Yeah, I like it.
As mom of the show, I'm not going to say the guy's name, but I will play this.
Free Palestine!
That is what this killer, this cold-blooded killer, was screaming as he was being arrested. And apparently now I'm seeing on the news that investigators who did arrest him, he was chanting that during his arrest, that he did it for Gaza. He shot two young Jewish adults in cold blood in Washington, D.C., and he did it for Gaza.
I'm sure that's going to help in some way.
Yeah. I mean, and here's the thing. Number one, it is a horrible story. It was clearly a hate crime. It was a targeted attack. These two Jewish adults, Joan's been talking about it. We mentioned this in the 5, where they were due to be married. I mean, they were going to be going to Jerusalem, and they were going to get engaged, and then they were going to get married. Clearly, two upstanding young adults gunned down in the prime of their lives by a Free Palestine, Hamas-loving ingrate who shot them in cold blood outside of a Jewish event at a museum. They worked for the Israeli embassy, I guess. And it's just a very, very sad story. And, you know, there's so much to say on this, but just to tell you where I'm going, it seems to me that, number one, the Democrats, I can almost guarantee you there is going to be a certain segment of the Democrats that are going to say that this is a new hero for them to worship, that they are going to, call this guy a hero. And they're going to say, but don't you understand? He was justified in what he did. It was for Gaza. And you're going to have people like Ilhan Omar, and you're going to have people like Rashida Tlaib. They maybe not. They're going to scream about, just think about what the Jewish people are doing to the innocent Palestinians. And, they consider these two people gunned down in cold blood. They consider this as collateral damage. I'm just telling you. They consider this collateral damage. And the Democrat Party, they put up with this seemingly now expanding assassination culture. Got a little bit more on this straight ahead. 7:16, time to check the roads on WTN. Weather today, a high of 77, mostly sunny, 63 now at WTN. We all know what assassination culture is, right? Assassination culture, where the left, apparently, they decided at some point collectively that it's okay to gun down Donald Trump. It's okay to gun down Elon Musk. And that was part of the polling from a couple of weeks ago where majority of Democrats, if I'm not mistaken, some 55% thought that it was justifiable to assassinate Trump or Elon Musk. And so now it seems like perhaps this is expanding beyond Musk and Trump. And so now I'm waiting to see if Rashida Tlaib, I'm waiting to see if Ilhan Omar and some of these other folks come out and condemn this shooting. But see, here's the thing. Even if they do condemn the shooting of two innocent people by this 30-year-old from Chicago, those words are going to be empty. Because he was radicalized somewhere. This killer who killed these two people in the name of Gaza, I want to know where he became radicalized. And we need to go after those groups, and we need to go after those colleges. Now, you know where this kind of radicalization takes place. You know, you've got these organizations, these pro-Hamas organizations in America. You've got CARE. You've got the United Nations Relief and Works Agency. You've got other pro-Hamas organizations. You have these organizations on all of these college campuses. Most college campuses across America have these pro-Hamas organizations. And so you see what's been going on at Columbia. You see what's been going on at Harvard. This guy was 30 years old, not that far removed from college. So is that where he became radicalized? Or was he just watching all of these protests being led by Rashida Tlaib in Washington, D.C.? Because it is my opinion that this is the kind of brazen violence that the Democrats have been cultivating and, frankly, in my opinion, advocating for. So I do want to know, where is Ilhan Omar and where is Rashida Tlaib? Have they condemned this violence? They probably will. It wouldn't shock me if they didn't. But to be perfectly honest with you, their attitude is, well, look at how many thousands of innocent Palestinians have been killed in Gaza, right? That will always be their retort, their response. President Trump posted this: these horrible D.C. killings, based obviously on anti-Semitism, must end now. Hatred and radicalism have no place in America. And I would respectfully remind the president that there is a place for this kind of abhorrent behavior in the Democrat Party. Because it's the Democrat Party that allows for the BDS movement to thrive, boycott, divest, and sanction to thrive. As that targets Israel, it targets their economy, it targets the Israeli people. And they're all about that. The president continuing, condolences to the family of the victims. So sad that such things as this can happen. God bless you all. So that is President Trump and his post. And I like the fact that the president is going after Harvard. I like the fact that the president is going after Columbia University. These schools need to get their tax-exempt status canceled, number one. Number two, you've got these folks at these college campuses from other nations that come into our country and cause all kinds of problems. How bad has it been at these kinds of locations? This was outside of an event. It was an event where this happened, where these two people were shot dead. There was an event at, I guess it was like an Israeli museum, a Jewish museum, something like that. And these two people worked for I guess it was the Israeli consulate, I guess it was. So apparently, I'm not shocked by this. There have been a lot of threats against these kinds of facilities across Washington, D.C.
We've learned just within the last hour or so that security was a concern at this specific facility. And as recently as a week ago, the D.C. government handed out a grant not only to this facility, but 10 others, upwards of $500,000 total, not just to this one facility, to beef up security because there were fears about community events and community places like this being targeted for hate.
Yeah. This is exactly why Marco Rubio and the Trump administration is out there revoking student visas of these free Palestine freaks who are rooting for the terrorists, because they are rooting for the terrorists. Marco Rubio had some incredible testimony on Capitol Hill, and it was related to exactly this. And we're going to get into that straight ahead. By the way, the Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Also, watch us on YouTube if you would, and take the Daily Dan poll. Today's poll, somebody asked Donald Trump Jr. the question, could you see yourself running for president? He said yes. Go take the poll and tell me what you think. 722, and Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Joan, what's coming up?
The state of Tennessee is about to carry out its first execution in 5 years. That's happening this morning. We've got details on that. And yes, the National Weather Service says we did have some tornadoes around here. We've got the details coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mattis here for Loan Pronto. Listen, friends, if you are maxed out on credit cards, struggling with high interest debt, you could pay it all off in days. With Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can get cash out right now without touching your low rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, and no BS. The Rapid Equity Loan program at Loan Pronto is amazing. Now, one Loan Pronto client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. Now, they paid off debt, they renovated their kitchen, and they cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. And of course, that is a huge turnaround. So with Loan Pronto, you get instant approvals, you get low rates, you get no hard credit pull up front. Now, your home equity is yours, and you know that. So you should use it to get cash to consolidate your debt down to one easy, low monthly payment with Loan Pronto. Call them now to start that conversation, 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. Get debt relief right now. Find them online, loanpronto.com. That's loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781 on approved credit, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. $7:25 on WTN, friends. Father's Day is coming up. And if the dad in your life has a dad bod that he'd like to get rid of, my friends at Contours, they want to help you and your dad. $99 belly buster special right now from Contours for the first 10 callers. Call them, $99. That is a huge savings. 615-236-9960. 615-236-9960. You can get one of those incredible belly buster specials from Contours right now. Most folks, when you go through this process, they lose at least 2 inches in the middle. Now, I did. Others have as well. Taking advantage of Contours' red light technology, it's not only incredibly unique, but it is also effective. Now, folks have been coming from all across Middle Tennessee to check Contours out. You can go to their website and see how their belly buster therapy works, featuring red light technology. They do not only belly buster therapy to help you lose some of that fat around the middle, they also do incredible facials and other services as well. But don't forget, right now, first 10 callers, Father's Day special. Although you don't have to do it for dear old dad, you can do it for yourself too. First 10 callers right now, 615-236-9960. You get that Belly Buster special for just $99. ContoursLLC.com. $7:29, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Went a little long in that previous segment. So coming up, Marco Rubio battles radical Hamas-supporting Democrats. I cannot wait for you to hear this audio. And Joan, I've been waiting all day for this moment.
I know you have.
When this came up on CNN where a question was asked. Listen to this.
When you are now facing a federal charge, though, are you afraid of what's going to transpire now?
Wait till you hear the answer from that LaMonica MacGyver.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know this story and what she did and what she said?
Well, I don't know what she said. So, yeah, I can't wait to hear it, too.
Okay, all of that is coming up. Stay close on WTN.
Good morning. It's now 7:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The murder of two Israeli embassy staffers in D.C. last night has triggered an increase in security around the country.
Shots outside the Capitol Jewish Museum, killing a young couple, Yaron Lashinsky and his girlfriend, Sarah Milgram. We spoke with Katie and Yoni, who were inside the museum at the time of the shooting.
He reaches into his backpack and pulls out a keffiyeh and says, I did it. I did this for Gaza.
He wanted the cops to come in, and then he wanted to say, I did it.
That's ABC's Pierre Thomas reporting that suspect shouting, "Free Palestine," as he was led away in handcuffs. Police are investigating this as a hate crime. In just a few hours, Tennessee carries out its first execution in more than 5 years. Oscar Smith is scheduled to be put to death by lethal injection this morning, 10 o'clock. 36 years after killing his estranged wife and 2 stepsons. Detectives called it one of the most brutal killings they had ever seen. Smith used a gun, a knife, and an awl in the murders. The National Weather Service confirming that 3 tornadoes in the Nashville area touched down on Tuesday, 2 in Clarksville and 1 in Cumberland County. No confirmed tornadoes so far in the Blackman area of Murfreesboro, but this woman says, and she tells Channel 4 that she was trapped inside her car during the storm.
My foot was laying down on the horn. I was laying down in a floorboard, and I was screaming. I didn't know what to do. My car was going up and down, sideways, everything hitting it. I didn't know what was going on.
Now, today, 2 National Weather Service teams are checking out tornado claims in Marshall, Bedford, and in Rutherford counties. There's another team that's heading to Coffee and Warren counties. Stock futures dipping after the House passed the big, beautiful bill this morning. The Dow futures are minus 211 right now. NASDAQ futures down 88. S&P futures falling 24 points. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 7:32, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You're just talking about Father's Day. You know, it is coming up. And if you're stuck for a gift for Father's Day, well, what about jewelry from Brentwood Jewelry? Now, Father's Day is June 15th, and Brentwood Jewelry, they can offer you watches and cufflinks and money clips, all kinds of things for dear old dad. So Brentwood Jewelry, whenever I need jewelry, this is my go-to. If you need gifts for maybe birthdays or graduation, whatever, anniversaries. They've got necklaces, bracelets, rings, and earrings. One of the things that I really like about Brentwood Jewelry is they do offer jewelry and watch repair. So if you've got an old watch, heck, maybe it's a family heirloom, and you need it fixed, well, they can do it at Brentwood Jewelry. And they've got jewelry of any style, any size, any budget. You can find it at Brentwood Jewelry. They've been helping out Middle Tennesseans for over 50 years. You can find them online, BrentwoodJewelry.com. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Again, Brentwood Jewelry. Find them online, BrentwoodJewelry.com. .34 Nashville's Morning News, and I want to tell you about my friends at Vision for Life. You know, they're celebrating 20 years of 2020. Since 2005, Dr. Jeff Horn has provided thousands of patients 20/20 or better vision. Now, Dr. Horn's expertise and dedication have made him a leader in cataract, LASIK, and other vision correction surgeries. Dr. Horn's commitment to providing the best possible patient experience, in addition to the most advanced technological advances in vision correction, has made Vision for Life one of the premier vision correction centers in the world. Now, this is where I went for my vision correction. I had a great experience, and now I can see 20/20. Help them celebrate 20 years of providing 20/20 vision by scheduling your consultation today. If you've been thinking about vision correction, this is the company you need to go through. 615-436-2020, Vision for Life. 615-436-2020, visionforlife.com.
Well, let's see. We've got an accident this morning in Antioch. It's on Murfreesboro Pike at Old Hickory Boulevard. And, just the normal traffic delays. 24 is jammed up heading into the Nashville area this morning. Looks like it begins around the Smyrna area all the way into Nashville. 24 and 65 at the merge. That's jammed up as well. And 40 is pretty slow, too, making its way into the city. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:37. Nashville's Morning News. Joan, tragedy has struck the morning show.
Uh-oh.
I've run out of throat coat.
Oh, wait, I have some extra.
You have some throat coat?
You gave me some, and I have some in my locker. I can get it for you.
Oh, you're so sweet. All right, thank you, Joan. Please do, because I'm having a rough time in here. Anyway.
I can't have any of that.
I did a lot of screaming. If you missed my opening monologue today, I got a little more animated than I usually do, especially in the 5 o'clock hour. I managed to maintain some composure here because I was talking about this horrific murder in Washington, D.C. I opened up the show with it. And you know what? I think I was kind of channeling my inner Murphy. That's what it was. Because he gets animated. He gets excited. He, at times, will yell. And my yelling is kind of low-key yelling. You know what I mean? But I was really angry. And I love the fact that, talking about, again, this murder in Washington, D.C., these two young Jewish adults that have been murdered by this Hamas-loving, pro-Palestine person. And it's a horrible story. But this is, just to get back on track, this is what the Democrat Party has cultivated, this kind of assassination culture. This guy says that he murdered these two people in cold blood because he wanted to do it for Palestine, right, for Gaza. And so this is why this conversation between Marco Rubio and Pramila Jayapal, this Hamas-loving Democrat, is so important because she is questioning the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, once again, about this student from Tufts University who wrote an op-ed on, and I'm air quoting this, Free Palestine. Listen close.
The student was a guest in the United States on a student visa. No one's entitled to a student visa.
So you revoked her student visa based on an op-ed which trumps the Supreme law of the land, which is the Constitution.
Someone's coming up here to stir up problems on our campus. We're going to revoke their visa.
She didn't do any of that. She wrote an op-ed.
Well,
she wrote an op-ed, and I'm talking to you about her particular case.
Claims and your claims. Those are not the facts.
You reclaiming my time. You revoked her student visa because
proudly.
she wrote an op-ed.
I love when Marco Rubio says yes proudly. No apologies. Rumeysa Ozturk or Ozturk, whatever. She was here on a student visa. And she wrote this op-ed demanding that the university stop doing business with Israel and companies with ties to Israel. And many say, Marco Rubio included, this student on a student visa was showing support through that op-ed for Hamas.
And we'll do more. We're going to do more. We will revoke the visa of anyone who's in this country as a guest who's here to stir up trouble.
Are you going to revoke the visa of somebody who made that?
The case, I'll look at it. I'm looking to get crazy people out of our country.
Actually, it's not just about revoking. You actually, Secretary Rubio, excuse me, reclaiming my time. If these are legitimate law enforcement agents carrying out proper arrests, why are they hiding their identities?
And I love what Marco Rubio said, which is we're hiding their identities because their lives will be destroyed if people figure out who they are. Because that's what the Democrats do. And so I love the fact that, and I got to tell you, with this murder in Washington, D.C., of these two Israelis who were just a few days away from going to Jerusalem, getting engaged, guy had bought a ring, and they were going to get married. Two incredible lives snuffed out by the absolute worst of us. And this kind of assassination culture is supported by the Democrat Party. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. And I do believe that America is getting fed up with all of this nonsense. Real quick, a LaMonica MacGyver update. Now, you folks know who she is, right? Joan called her hefty. So she is that.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Prove you wrong. No, it's all in the video, man. So she is the congresswoman. Did we decide, was the term that we were going to use body check? Is that what we were going to use?
Yes. Yes, because
it wasn't a body slam.
Is different than a body check.
So she body checked ICE agents as she was trying to force her way into that ICE detention facility in New Jersey. Remember this? I mean, there you've got LaMonica MacGyver, and she's going crazy. And she's trying to literally like force herself through the ICE agents, putting her hands and her body on the ICE agents and trying to force her way in, sneak her way in. And all of this played out on television. And so now they've decided, and I think that this is good, they've decided that they are going to charge her. This came down yesterday after we got off the air. But listen to how Fox News describes how she snuck in.
DHS has slammed those lawmakers, saying they stormed the gate past security as a bus of detainees was entering. The agency also saying some of those lawmakers could face charges for their actions, accusing them of assaulting federal agents.
All right, so LaMonica McIver appeared before a judge on those federal charges. She's been ordered to surrender her firearms. She cannot leave the United States, faces 8 years in prison. So this is what she's being charged with. As she was assaulting police officers and ICE agents trying to force her way into that ICE detention facility to make sure that those Venezuelan gang members were okay. She is being charged with assault, resisting arrest, impeding federal officers, as she should be. And so now she says that she had a right to check the facilities. I mean, we've debunked this I don't know how many times. She said, I've got a right to oversight. I'm a member of Congress. Well, that's true. But this was a private prison, not a federally run prison. A federally run prison, you can show up and do all that. But if it's a private prison, and this particular prison, then guess what? It's different protocols. By the way, they were let in and everything was fine. And so she ends up, LaMonica McIver ends up on CNN, and they ask her if she was scared.
You are now facing a federal charge, though. Are you afraid of what's going to transpire now?
I cannot wait to tell you what she says. Coming up next, it is 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. Weather today, a high of 77, mostly sunny, 63 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right. Joan, you ready?
I am ready.
For LaMonica McIver being asked on CNN if she was worried about these charges against her. All right, here we go.
You are now facing a federal charge, though. Are you afraid of what's going to transpire now?
You fight on, you fight.
She started singing.
Oh,
you fight on, you fight on. When your government is doing you wrong, you fight on, oh, you fight on.
So that was live on CNN.
Oh, how
I saw that this morning at like 3 o'clock, and I'm like, oh, I've got to play this for Joan and the people listening.
Oh, that is unbelievable.
Well, you know, she's going to have plenty of time to sing because apparently...
She can sharpen up her skills.
Yep. Nancy Mace, by the way, has now filed a resolution to have her expelled from Congress.
I love it.
Nancy Mace says members swear an oath to uphold the Constitution and the laws of this country, not to obstruct them. Uphold the Constitution and the laws of this country, not to obstruct them, so says Nancy Mace. She also says this isn't a matter of partisan politics. It's about whether we're going to hold members of Congress to the same legal standard as every other American. But so here's the sticking point. McIver hasn't even faced a day in court. So is there justification for this expulsion? Well, George Santos was expelled without ever having a day in court.
Yes. So
she has not been, she has not gone into court. She's not been convicted of anything, any serious criminal offenses. So, I mean, there is a possibility that she could, maybe go take some singing lessons in her soon-to-be-found spare time. By the way, when she wasn't singing, McIver said these charges are absurd.
Well, I think
One, this is political intimidation from the Trump administration. I mean, me being charged is absurd, especially when I'm just there to do my job. The confusion and the chaos that you see was caused by ICE officials and Homeland Security. They created this unnecessary situation.
Actually, no, they didn't. You created this unnecessary situation by barnstorming a private prison. That was you. Monica McIver.
By arresting the mayor, which later they dropped the charges, as you can see, creating an unsafe environment for us as members of Congress, the mayor, and peaceful protesters that were outside of this facility. Once again, it was so unnecessary and it didn't have to be.
Well, again, this is what you did. And so you have to take responsibility and accountability. So sorry. But what was actually absurd was how she conducted herself. Just ask Tom Homan.
She claimed she was there on oversight. We open facilities of oversight every day across this country. There are, all you have to do is show up at the facility in a professional manner and request a visit.
These folks, come on, Tom. They only know one way, and that is to be divisive and disruptive.
But she shoved an officer, she put hands on her officer. That's unacceptable. These ICE officers, and when you cause a ruckus like that, then that makes that facility unsecure, because officers who should be dealing with the prisoners, very serious prisoners, criminals in that facility, they're dealing with the ruckus outside. It makes the facility unsafe. It's unsafe for the officers. It's unsafe for the general public.
So that is Tom Homan. By the way, 0409 has called me out, Joan.
Uh-oh, what'd you do now?
Well, Dan, looks like you've butchered another name. It's not LaMonica, it's Large Monica.
That's a whole lot worse than calling her Hefty.
When you called her Hefty, and listen, I've got my own weight issues, all right? So I'm not throwing stones, what I haven't said about myself. But I fell out laughing. That was so funny. I mean, you can see it on the tape.
Considerable heft, yes.
She leads with her stomach.
Yeah.
She's like a line.
She's a linebacker.
I made the joke, actually. I made the joke. Did I make this joke on the air? There's no truth to the rumor that the Tennessee Titans were trying to get her for the offensive line.
Yes, you did say that.
That was funny.
Yeah.
Yes, KGB. I can't hear you, man. Is he talking? He's not. I can't hear you.
Him. Nope.
We called her. We said she had a 5-year contract with the Titans.
We did say that.
$60 million.
Okay, there you go. Very funny. Anyway, I didn't. Whatever. I see people who have weight problems get mad when we make fun of people that are overweight.
We all have weight problems.
She had good movement. No, she would have been a great offensive lineman. If you saw her feet, that's skill right there.
If only she could see her feet.
Oh, jeez, Dan.
That was good.
Was that good, right? Okay. Listen, I know all the fat jokes because they've been said to me. I'm waiting for the hate mail.
Yeah.
I apologize in advance to folks that are upset about that. 7:51, Joan was coming up in the news.
Yeah, there was a hit and run overnight in Antioch to tell you about. And also the Justice Department taking steps to end the civil rights investigation into Memphis. Those details all coming up here at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:52 on Super Talk 99.7, the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Listen, if you've been sidelined with chronic back, neck, and knee pain, check out my friends at the Wellness Institute of Nashville and my buddy, my doctor, Dr. Kevin Mitchell. I've been a client for over 10 years, and I've got to change my copy. 11 years. I've been going to the Wellness Institute of Nashville for 11 years, and I've never felt better. I arrived in Tennessee 11 years ago, and I went through spinal decompression therapy for my chronic back pain. It has really helped, And this is a place that I fully recommend. And right now, they've got a great deal for you at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. They're offering the Big 47 offer in honor of our 47th president of the United States. 47% off spinal decompression therapy. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-246-5009. 615-246-5009. Painisbad.com is the website, and I'm Dan Mandis. I put my seal of approval on that deal. $7:53, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. You know, the weather here in Middle Tennessee can get crazy, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 generator dealer. Now, when the power's out in your neighborhood, your power at your home is going to be on, thanks to that backup home standby generator from the Generator Supercenter. Get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. Now, the Generator Supercenter does feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. They're not going to leave you in the dark, and financing is available. 615-879-1952, 615-879-1952, Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com. $7:55, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan.
Yes, sir.
761 says what's her name, LaMonica?
Yes.
Is that assault with a hefty weapon? Hey, Chris Hand, I didn't know this.
Yeah.
Because I actually have stopped reading my work email. I apologize. Chris Hand is going to be live at the Glock store today.
Oh, yeah. He was talking about this yesterday.
Oh, did I just completely miss that part of the discussion?
I don't think he had that discussion while you were here. I think it was after you left.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So Chris is going to be out there.
Yeah, will we not have him here at 8:30?
Well, he's not going to be here. He'll be at the Glock store. I'm assuming that he's going to join us for the big crisscross handoff.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah, I mean, he can't possibly miss that. It's the most important part of his day.
Absolutely.
It's certainly the most part of mine. So anyway, there you go. It's been kind of a busy show today. Can we do real quick? Can we do an update on the polling numbers?
Yeah, absolutely.
So somebody asked me if I would replay that audio of Donald Trump Jr., DJ TJ, Donald J. Trump Jr. They asked the president's son this question.
Would you consider picking up the reins? Would you run for office?
So that was the question. Would you consider running for president? And this is what Donald J. Trump Jr. said.
Oh boy. Well, it's an honor to be asked and an honor to see that some people are okay with it.
Those are just our friends.
Yeah,
in the front
that's
row,
probably just a couple people we know. Those are the tickets we got. Yeah,
that's it. Right.
You never know. Right now, this has been my focus. I think it's not just about government. It's also about, the business sector doing that. I think when we saw, again, the woke ideology that has taken over corporate America for the last, decade or so, being on the forefront of combating that insanity, I think is fundamentally important. I think those two things have to go hand in hand. So the answer is, I don't know, maybe one day, that calling is there. I'll always be very active in terms of being a vocal proponent of these things. I think my father has truly changed, the Republican Party. I think it's the America First Party now, the MAGA Party, however you want to look at it.
It's interesting. What is it? And I like Donald J. Trump Jr. I like TJ, but he doesn't have whatever that thing is that his dad has.
No, he does not. He doesn't have President Trump's charm. President Trump can be gruff, but he has that ability to be charming to people, especially if it's a transactional, he wants something.
Yes.
And I just don't think TJ. Him. I don't think he has that.
I don't think he's got it either. And listen, I name all the Trump kids. You've got Eric Trump.
He does have a charming nature about him.
Eric Trump has a charming nature about him. Who's the other one? Jared.
No, Jared is what's her face?
Oh, yeah.
Ivanka's.
I can't keep all the damn Trump straight.
Ivanka's husband.
Ivanka
husband. And Tiffany.
Okay, so there's only two. There's Eric and there's Donald J. Trump Jr.
And of course Barron.
And of course. I think people more like Eric Trump. I believe that more people like Eric Trump.
Yes.
I like Eric Trump more. I'm going to be honest with you.
I do too.
I do. I think that TJ, I think that he's great at social media. He's great at doing what he does, being an advocate for his dad, a proponent for his dad, a proponent for conservative values. By the way, we asked the question on the super text line. 64% of you, actually on the YouTube poll, 64% of you said that you would vote for Donald J. Trump Jr. 36 said no. My official talk show host position, it's a primary. Anybody jump in. But good luck against Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance. It's 8 o'clock on WTN.
Good morning, 8 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Heads up, there is a crash in Franklin this morning that has 65 jammed up on the northbound lanes past I-840. That's where the crash is reported, and there is a big line of traffic behind it. Happening this morning, guards at the CIA headquarters opened fire on a person in what the agency called a security incident. Now, this happened about 4 o'clock this morning. The person who was shot has been taken to a hospital, but apparently this was not a fatal shooting. The main gate is still closed this morning. We are going to follow this developing story as we learn more. Well, it comes after two Israeli embassy staffers who were gunned down by a Palestinian supporter outside the Capitol Jewish Museum. That happened last night. And they have been identified as friends and colleagues who fell in love, and they were just days away from getting engaged.
The young man purchased a ring this week with the intention of proposing to his girlfriend next week in Jerusalem. They were a beautiful couple who came to enjoy an evening in Washington's Cultural Center.
That's Israel's ambassador to the U.S., Yakaya Leiter. The suspect is a 30-year-old man from Chicago. He was taken into custody right after the shooting. The ambassador has also taken a phone call from President Trump.
He told me that his administration is going to do everything it can possibly do to fight and end anti-Semitism.
Now, the event that couple was attending at the museum last night was themed Turning Pain into Purpose. Happening overnight as well, a woman riding a bicycle was seriously injured when an SUV hit her as she rode along Bell Road in Antioch. And then that car drove off. This happened about 10:30 last night. Police say they are searching for video to help them identify the driver. They say they believe it was a red-colored SUV based on the evidence that was left behind at the scene. The Department of Justice ending the civil rights investigation into the Memphis Police Department over Tyree Nichols' death while in the hands of police. The DOJ will also dismiss lawsuits against Louisville and Minneapolis over the deaths of Breonna Taylor and George Floyd. The DOJ saying that the Biden administration wanted to replace local policing with federal anti-police bureaucrats. Some treasured artifacts from President Abraham Lincoln went on the auction block yesterday.
The blood-stained gloves that President Lincoln was wearing the day he was assassinated in 1865 sold for $1.5 million at an auction by Freeman's Hindman in Chicago. 136 items were sold, which raised $7.9 million. The money is to pay off the remainder of a 2-decade-old loan that the Lincoln Presidential Foundation used to buy 1,500 artifacts from a collector in 2007. One of 2 handkerchiefs Lincoln had with him the night he was shot went for $826,000.
That's ABC's Chuck
How do they
Severson
know?
Reporting. How do they know?
How do they know that those are the actual glasses that Lincoln wore that night? Because, there's like all these glasses that have been floating around.
Yeah.
I think there's at least 1 or 2 pair of glasses that people say are Abraham Lincoln's that he was wearing that night. So I don't know. I would never buy something like that because I don't know if it's real or not.
Yeah. I don't know, but for a handkerchief to go for $800,000, that's insane.
Can you imagine if, you bring the handkerchief home and your 8-year-old, blows his nose in it?
Right. Or somebody throws it in the washer.
Listen, I've got the last pair of glasses, Joan, that I ever owned.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because I no longer have to wear glasses. They're in my car. If anybody wants to come down and give me a dime for it, I'll absolutely, you got yourself a deal.
That's an artifact if I ever saw one. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures took a dip after the tax and spend package from President Trump. We know it as the big, beautiful bill. After that passed in the House, stock futures went down a little bit this morning. The Dow futures right now down 118, but the NASDAQ futures have just gone up. They're on the plus side by 15. S&P futures are minus 5. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather. Next, I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, that accident in Franklin this morning, the left lane now open on 65 northbound just past I-40, exit 59. That one involved a motorcycle and 2 vehicles. So Careful out there this morning. It's in the left lane. Again, the left lane is open on 65 past I-840, but traffic is slow around it this morning. Got a crash in Antioch as well on Murfreesboro Pike at Old Hickory Boulevard, and also one in Laurel Hill, the 24 eastbound lanes at Bell Road exit 59. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. It is 8:07. Dan here. North Point Roofing Systems. Man, we had those storms a couple of days ago. If your roof was damaged, you've got to call these folks at North Point Roofing Systems. Now, this isn't some fly-by-night, here today, gone tomorrow roofer. This is a great company with actual offices in Brentwood. They are serving all of Middle Tennessee. Now, they've got the distinction of being a GAF Master Elite Roofer. Now, GAF, just so you know, is the largest shingle manufacturer in the country, and North Point Roofing Systems, they are specifically trained as the best roofers in the country. And only the top 1% of roofers have this added training, and North Point Roofing Systems does. So, listen, we had the storms earlier this week. If you see some folks, walking around and knocking on doors, if they're from North Point Roofing Systems, you can trust this company. Check them out. They also, by the way, have free drone inspections. So that means that they're not sending some random guy to walk around on your roof. They use drones. It is safer, and it is, quite frankly, a more honest way to do business and inspections. Find them online, northpointroofingsystems.com, northpointroofingsystems.com. .808, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Joan, I don't know if you've seen this, but Donald Trump has now responded to the passing of the big, beautiful bill.
Oh, good. What'd he say?
Well, it's a little long. So this was a post on Truth Social. The one big, beautiful bill has passed the House of Representatives. This is arguably the most significant piece of legislation that will ever be signed in the history of our country.
Of course it is.
The bill includes massive tax cuts, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, tax deductions when you purchase an American-made vehicle, along with strong border security measures, pay raises for ICE and Border Patrol agents, funding for the Golden Dome, Trump savings accounts for newborn babies, and much more. That's a lot. But it was one big, great, big, beautiful bill.
Yes.
He says, great job by Speaker Mike Johnson and the House leadership, and thank you to every Republican who voted yes on this historic bill. Now, it's time for our friends in the United States Senate to get to work and send this bill to my desk as soon as possible. There's no time to waste. The Democrats, he says, have lost control of themselves and are aimlessly wandering around, showing no confidence, grit, or determination. Anybody who thinks that Donald Trump doesn't do his own posts, clearly he does.
Yes, for sure.
They have forgotten their landslide loss in the presidential election and are wrapped in the past, hoping someday to revive open borders for the world's criminals to be able to pour into our country, men to be able to play in women's sports, and transgender for everybody. They don't realize that these things and so many more like them will never happen again. So that's Donald Trump. Modest as always. But you know what? There is a lot of really good. There's a lot of good in this. I'm going to tell you, I don't like the fact that they raised the debt ceiling. I think most people we did the poll yesterday, where the question was asked, would you pass, if you were a member of Congress, would you pass this bill? Vast majority of the listeners said yes, they would. And I think the notion of, paying off the national debt, I think people at this point, I don't feel this way, but I think people at this point, I think they just think that that's just a number. And they're at this point just worried about what can the government do to make my life easier. Because if they don't get the money back, if we, the American people, if we don't get the money back through, lower taxes and no tax on tips and no tax on overtime and tax deductions when you purchase an American-made vehicle, if we don't get money back, then that money is just going to go to the government for more of their asinine spending. So I think that there's a lot of people who have just sadly given up on the notion that our government will ever have any real clear thought of trying to pay down our debt. And I think most people are like, it's just a number. And there you go. And again, I don't feel that way, but I think that a lot of the American people do because we keep hearing what's going on. I'm sorry. So apparently there's been have you seen this, Joan? A small plane has crashed into a San Diego neighborhood.
So many things have happened already this morning. There's a shooting outside CIA, the shooting with these two lovely folks in D.C. at the museum, and now this plane crash. So it's been an eventful morning.
It crashed 15 homes on fire.
Yeah, it crashed into a military neighborhood.
Oh.
Yes. So I am tracking that, and I'll have more about it coming up at 8:30.
All right.
As I learn more.
You were talking about the shooting outside of that Israeli museum. The two people shot and killed. They worked for the Israeli embassy. I've been doing a lot of ranting on that. So one of the things that I wanted to know, and they're calling these folks diplomats. So one of the things I wanted to know was, okay, so how does Ilhan Omar and how would Rashida Tlaib, how will they respond to this particular story? Because I believe that they are contributing to the expansion of the assassination culture, which I believe this is part of. So I have not heard this audio, but my friend Erin sent this to me, and let's see what happens. Let's see if she has a comment as she is walking through the very wet streets of Washington, D.C. Ilhan Omar.
Congresswoman Omar, anybody safe? Can I get your reaction to the shooting that happened in D.C. last night?
I'm going to go for now. I'm going to go for now, Mark. Couldn't even say condolences for the family.
That is on Fox News.
Gosh.
I'm going to go for now. What did I tell you? I don't want to yell. I don't want to repeat at the 5 o'clock hour, Joan. Don't let me.
I brought you some throat coat, so I think you'll be okay for a little while if you do.
Oh my gosh, I'm okay for now. How hard is it? And do you know what is more disgusting than Ilhan Omar?
Nothing.
What's more disgusting is that people of her ilk in Minnesota will vote for her again.
Yes, that is problematic.
It's disgusting.
And you can do things like replay what she just said, and they'll like it. Because she's speaking to, unfortunately, she's
play it again.
To people.
Congresswoman Omar, anybody safe? Can I get your reaction to the shooting that happened in D.C. last night?
I'm going to go for now.
I'm going to go for now. Oh my God. And here's the deal, Joe. Why am I shocked? Why am I shocked?
You shouldn't be.
No, I'm just, you know what? I'm dismayed and angry. That's what it is. I'm dismayed and angry. And I'm dismayed and angry because, as I just said, they will vote for her again. Hey, I've got an Afton Bain update. You want to hear that coming up next? Speaking of lame and stupid, that is coming up next on WTN. Time to check the roads. All right, very good. As far as your weather goes, weather today, high of 77, mostly sunny. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. It is 67 degrees. Very good. On Super Talk 99.7. All right. So we all remember the audio of is preening. That's a word, Joan, right? Preening, where women just like they look at themselves in the mirror and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
They preen. All
Okay.
right. So Afton Bain, Matt Murphy played this audio, I think when it happened like a week ago. And Andy Ogles found it. He retweeted it or reposted it. This is Afton Bain preening as they are following ICE trucks through Nashville.
Okay, this is great. We've got our girl squad, and we're bullying the ICE vehicles and state troopers. So
All right, so remember that? And she called herself our favorite blonde legislator.
this is a win. Your favorite blonde state rep?
Your favorite? She's not my favorite blonde state rep.
She thinks of herself pretty highly.
Do you know what's so funny, though?
Her phone's always at 1%.
They say they're treating following and harassing the ICE vehicles like they're the woo girls.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
It's like they're smiling, they're laughing. I mean, sure, her hair is coiffed and the whole thing. And it's like, Afton, you're not, like throwing beads to people in New Orleans, right? And so they're just having a good old time. Andy Ogles, of course, took that and posted it. This is Nashville State Representative Afton Bain. She just posted a 15-minute video of her and a friend stalking the Tennessee Highway Patrol as they carried out official duties, openly admitting they were trying to stall law enforcement from stopping illegal aliens and so forth. And so we know that Congressman Ogles, he has called for the investigation into Freddie O'Connell, and sounds like he also is asking now for the investigation into Afton Bain. Sandra Sepulveda is another one, a state rep, Sandra Sepulveda. And so now Homeland Security has gotten into the fray. So they took Andy Ogles' post and reposted with their own comment, Homeland Security. This administration is not playing games with the lives and safety of our ICE officers. People doxing our officers and impeding ICE operations are siding with vicious cartels, human traffickers, and violent criminals. While sanctuary politicians, like Afton Bain, are fighting for criminal illegal aliens, Donald Trump and Kristi Noem are fighting for the victims of illegal alien crime. Well, then I would say, look, put your money where your post is, Homeland Security. And it's one thing because these are the folks that can do something about this, right? I mean, if you want to investigate the impeding of ICE and the impeding of law enforcement to try to send away illegal alien gang members, well, then put your money where your post is, put your money where your mouth is, and investigate Afton Bain. Investigate Sandra Sepulveda, and for the love of all that is holy, investigate Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell, because this is what they're doing. They are openly admitting that they're doing it. This is an open and shut case, as far as I'm concerned. A talk show host with absolutely no legal experience whatsoever, but people I trust say that they could be arrested for this. So whatever. It is. I can't get over how just, incredibly happy they are. Again, they sound like woo girls.
Okay, this is great. We've got our girl squad, and we're bullying the ICE vehicles and state troopers. So this.
Woo! Afton Bain, everybody. Not embarrassed either. Not embarrassed. She's part of that elite progressive culture here in Nashville. And how many times have we all said, I would love for somebody to go up to Afton Bain and say, hey, all of these illegal alien gangbangers that are terrorizing our streets and our community, yeah, those are the people that you're trying to protect. And those same communities will vote people like Afton Bain and Sandra Sepulveda and Freddie O'Connell back into office, just like Ilhan Omar's constituents will vote her back into office. It's just horrifying, isn't it? You know, there are times when I'm really proud to be a conservative. I'm really proud to be a Republican. And I'm noticing that the further we get into the Trump administration and the further that we get into, as I heard somebody say, and I sort of adopted the phrase, you know, this sort of aggressive or muscular conservatism. And the more that I love that we're giving the crap right back to the Democrats and we're going on offense, I love that. I love that we're being aggressive. Now, I would like to see Homeland Security and, you know, the Attorney General Pam Bondi and whoever's in charge of, and maybe Tom Homan, whoever is ultimately in charge of going after these politicians who are impeding law enforcement in getting these illegal alien gang members out of our country. I would absolutely like to see them arrested. 8:22, and Joan Jones has the news at 8:30. Joan.
Yeah, what we know about that small plane that crashed in San Diego in a neighborhood this morning, we'll let you know about that. And also, somebody was shot on CIA headquarters property. The latest on that situation as well, coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here, friends. If you own a European car, there's a great place for you to get it serviced and repaired. Renstall. Now, I've been talking about Renstall, RENNSTAHL, and they do specialize in European cars, not just the fancy ones like BMWs and Audis and Mercedes-Benz and Porsche and all those other fancy cars. No, I mean, they can obviously service those, but they service all European vehicles. They specialize in only European vehicles. Now, they've got the best technicians, the latest and greatest diagnostic equipment, and yes, they're dedicated to customer service as well. This is dealer-level service, but family-level care and honest pricing as well. It's not a corporate mindset, just a family business helping out our neighbors and our friends by delivering honesty, respect, and yes, exceptional service as well. They're conveniently located across the street from the Academy of Country Music, 5 minutes from Music Row, and 2 minutes from downtown, minutes from the airport as well. They do offer the Heroes discount. Veterans, active duty military, first responders, and emergency medical personnel all get a 10% discount. They're also going to give you free Uber rides to back home after you drop off your vehicle. Now, their website, Renstall, is itrustmymechanic.com. itrustmymechanic.com. If you need your European vehicle repaired or serviced, call them right now. They've got openings with appointments. 615-777-7100. 615-777-7100 for Renstall. $8:25, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Listen, friends, Father's Day is coming up, and if you need a gift for dear old dad, I want you to think about my friends from Contours. They can help your dad if he's got that dreaded dad bod. Now, Contours offers the Belly Buster Special. Now, what this is basically is utilizing red light technology to get rid of that fat around the middle. As a matter of fact, most folks lose at least 2 inches in the middle. Now, I did, others have as well, taking advantage of Contours red light technology. It is not only incredibly unique, but also incredibly effective. And right now, you can get it for $99, if you're one of the first 10 callers right now. 615-236-9960. Help your dad get rid of that dad bod with Contours and their Belly Buster specials. 615-236-9960. But if you don't want to do it for dear old dad, you want to do it for yourself, well, you're eligible for this special as well, as long as you are one of the first 10 callers. $99, 615-236-9960. Find out all about the Belly Buster special, ContoursLLC.com.
Good morning. It's now 8:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And we are learning just this morning that a small private jet has crash landed into a dense neighborhood in San Diego. Here's the assistant fire chief there, Dan Eddy.
We have probably, I'd say, on that block itself, at least 15 homes that are affected.
He says that plane came down in the street, hitting at least one house, and then skidding its way down the street like it was a runway, striking more homes along the way. Now, we don't have a number of injuries or fatalities, but first responders are going door to door right now, checking on people in the neighborhood. The other top story, security officers at the CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, have shot a person who was on CIA property. It happened early this morning. Now, this was not a fatal shooting, but we don't have more details about it just yet. We're also going to be following that story. It was a squeaker, but President Trump's sprawling tax and spending bill passed a vote in the House of Representatives early this morning after a series of last-minute changes. Here's House Speaker Mike Johnson.
To our friends in the Senate, I would just say the president is waiting with his pen. The American people are waiting for this relief. They are waiting for these life-changing results, and we are going to finish this job.
Now, that bill would extend President Trump's 2017 tax cuts. The changes include accelerated Medicaid work requirements now kicking in December of 2026 instead of in 2029. It also ends certain tax credits for wind and solar energy by 2028 instead of 2031. The SALT cap is locked in at $40,000. Congressman Thomas Massey and Warren Davidson, they both voted no. Andy Harris of Maryland voted present. All Democrats voted no. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:32, Nashville's Morning News. Coming up, Chris Hand from the Glock store. He's going to join us for the crisscross handoff that is coming up. Dan Mandis here. I want to talk to you about something that is truly life-changing, vision correction surgery at Vision for Life. Now, like many of you, I thought that all vision surgeries were the same. I believed everything was just LASIK. But after doing my research, I learned that Vision for Life offers a variety of advanced procedures tailored to each patient's unique needs. Now, Dr. Horn doesn't just restore your vision. He actually restores your confidence and your freedom. Freedom from glasses and contacts and those pesky struggles like driving at night or reading the small print. Check them out online. It's visionforlife.com. This is my company that I went through for my vision correction. If you're considering it, you should check out Vision for Life as well. Online, visionforlife.com. 615-436-2020. 615-436-2020 for Vision for Life. $8:34 on WTN. Dan Mandis here. Preparing to sell your home can be costly and time-consuming. Skip the hassles of a traditional home sale and sell your home stress-free with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You can say goodbye to the stress that comes with showings and open houses and costly home repairs. Now, my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate, they're going to sell your home fast and for maximum value. So, friends, if you're thinking about selling your home, you can receive that all-cash offer guaranteed from Mark Spain Real Estate. Now, one of their clients, Tyra, had this to say. Thanks to Mark Spain Real Estate, our home had several cash offers within 24 hours of it being on the market, and we closed in less than a month. Now, with their guidance, the transaction was more seamless than we had ever hoped. Now, selling your home is one of the biggest financial decisions you're ever going to make, so who you work with matters. They've got over 12,500 five-star reviews. Trust the top real estate team in America to sell your home for top dollar. 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
All right, they're still working on that crash on 65 northbound in Franklin this morning. It's right past exit 59. That's the one for I-840. The left shoulder is now open. The crash there involved, originally it said that it was a motorcycle and a couple of cars as well. That could take a while to clean up this morning. Rutterville on I-840 between exit 37 and 31. Stop and go traffic there due to a crash. It looks like it's due to that same crash. And you've got delays now starting to ease out on 24, heading now from Laverne area up to Nashville. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm Dan. Jones over there. KGB is producing behind the audio console. Chris Hand is live at the Glock store. Hey, Chris.
What's up, guys? How we doing?
Hey.
We're doing fine. How are you?
I'm good. I'm excited. We're going to have a fun day here live at the Glock store. This is one of my favorite places in the world. I'm a little bit bummed that I'm not going to be able to shoot as much as I usually would while I'm here, but we'll make the most of it. We're going to have a good time.
There's always commercial.
That's true. That's true. I'll sneak in and I'll just mag dump during the commercials.
Right.
Mag dump. The great news for you, Chris, is the coffee is a lot better at the Glock store.
Everybody says that. Everybody says that. Yeah.
Hey, Chris, I think that I found the theme song to Shh. Hey, Chris, I think I found the theme song to our new podcast, Mostly Peaceful with Dan and Chris.
You fight on, you fight on.
I mean, I think that's great, right?
I don't know if that should be the theme song or if that should be the closing music, but it's definitely got to be incorporated.
Absolutely.
You know, I
think. LaMonica MacGyver, live on CNN.
Who knew that she had the voice of an angel, Dan?
Is that what that is? A fallen angel?
She's got the build of a linebacker, but the voice of a dove.
Oh, man.
A hefty dove.
That's
an
exactly interesting
right.
answer to a question. Just go into song.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
We all agree she's clinically insane.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I believe that she is. Preening. I used the term preening the other day.
What is preening?
A little bit ago, not the other day, earlier.
Oh, birds?
And somebody said, because I said, isn't preening like when women look in the mirror and like do all their makeup and all that kind of stuff, right? And Joan said it was. She's the only woman I know right now here at the radio station. And she said, yeah, that's preening, Dan.
What an honor.
Well, apparently it's not, because people are like, oh, no, it's when birds like fluff their feathers or whatever it is.
Right, but it's used for other people too.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
So it's kind of partially right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, good. I'll go ahead. What are you eating, Joe?
Even when you're wrong, you're right.
That's exactly right. Even when I'm wrong. Whatever.
I'd never heard the word before. I'm learning
preening?
something new. I'd never heard it, no.
How have you, of all people, never heard of preening? You're the kind of guy that preens. Look at your eyelashes and your eyebrows.
No, eyebrows.
Here we go. I'd never heard it.
Listen, if you go and you see Chris Hand today at the Glock store, I happen to know that Chris really likes it when people walk up to him and just make sure that his eyebrows are nice and even. Just do that kind of stuff.
Bring one of those little brushes and you can just brush them up.
Oh, thanks, Joan.
Yeah.
That's Joan loves right before we usually get on the air. She brushes my eyebrows in the back.
Does she?
She does.
Got to get them straight. For sure.
All right.
So hold on. The dictionary says that the second type of definition for preen is a person devoted effort to making oneself look attractive and then admire one's own appearance, like in a mirror.
No.
So,
all right.
Like when you preen your eye, you preen and then you admire yourself, your eyebrows.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know.
There you go.
What is the exact opposite when I've asked my wife to remove the mirror from my bedroom?
Self-loathing.
That's what it is.
There you go.
I specialize in self-loathing, as a matter of fact.
I'm going to work it into conversation over the weekend. I'll be like, I need 15 minutes to preen, and then I'll be downstairs.
Most men take all of 15 seconds to preen.
All right.
If they even bother.
Okay, good to know.
All right, real quick. This is Morning Joe. The headline is, Morning Joe shows he is as out of touch as ever as he starts pushing a hard-left Democrat loathed by middle America. Who do you guys think it is? Is it AOC? Is it Jasmine Crockett? Is it Ilhan Omar? Is it Rashida Tlaib? It's probably one of those four.
Wow.
All good options.
Yes, very good.
Well, let's hear what
I
he's...
think
Go
smart
ahead.
money's on Jasmine Crockett.
All right. Joan?
I think I'm going to go for AOC.
KGB, what do you think? Jasmine Crockett or he's not listening?
It's really hard. No, I was listening. I'm just saying, it's Jasmine Crockett's the undisputed champion right now. I don't think anyone's topping her.
See, I agree with KGB. The clue is hard left Dem loathed by middle America. I don't know if AOC is as loathed as Jasmine Crockett is. So let's see what Morning Joe says.
I sit here, fairly conservative, independent, absolutely flummoxed by a Democratic Party that refuses to let her in leadership. Like, proving that the House is not a meritocracy, the fact that they're afraid to have the person who is considered in polls to be the voice and the face of the Democratic Party right now, she does a better job getting out there and explaining the inequities that drive working Americans to Republicans. By the way, she's under 80. So you're telling me that the Democratic Party does not have a place for her in leadership?
All right, now that you've heard the description from Morning Joe, who is he talking about?
I still think Jasmine.
You still going with Jasmine Crockett?
I'm still going with AOC. AOC. Whew.
AOC. Morning Joe, Scarborough, touting progressive Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez as a possible 2028 presidential candidate. This was yesterday. And called Democrats who oppose her insane.
What prize do I win for that? I just want to know.
Hopefully not AOC as president.
Chris, can you bring home a Glock for me?
No, but I will let you brush my eyebrows tomorrow when I'm back in the studio.
Darn.
What? What a weird prize.
Hey, not everybody wins what they want.
Are we sure Joan won? That sounds like a loss.
But AOC, I feel like, has the same issues that Gavin Newsom has. I mean, she destroyed that Amazon facility deal in her district. Crime is on the rise in her district. I think that she can be picked apart just the same way that a candidate like a Gavin Newsom could.
Oh, very, very easily. And I remember that when she torpedoed that Amazon facility and all those really good paying jobs. I remember that.
Yeah.
Because she was, bad-mouthing Amazon. No, they're not going to come into my district. And people in the district are like, wait, how much do they pay?
Yeah, exactly. We could use a job. That would be nice.
And the fact that they give scholarships to their employees, remember that whole thing? Or that they offer upward advancement. And people got ticked. But guess what? They keep reelecting her.
They do.
That's why, you know what? The Democrat Party, I think it's rigged by their stupidity. Do you know what I mean?
We don't want to interrupt them while they're making these mistakes, though. We want them to continue.
You go right on ahead.
I almost feel guilty, though, pointing this stuff out because I don't want them to correct the path that they're on.
Okay, who's worse being reelected over and over again, AOC or Maxine Waters?
Oh,
that's the real question.
That's a good question. I think Maxine, just because of longevity.
I mean, she does. Her side job is the crypt keeper, so she's making money somehow.
I would say Maxine because I know more of Maxine Waters, unless there's been some redistricting. Her district is a crap pit. I mean, it really is. And there's, like all districts, there's some nice areas too. She doesn't even live in her own damn district. As a matter of fact, unless she's moved into her district.
She's also the one that incited more violence than any other politician.
I think Maxine Waters, and then we're going to move on, but I think Maxine Waters is more vile than AOC. I think AOC is I think she's dumb as a box of rocks. Like, I really do. And so I don't know. It's an interesting question. My answer is Maxine Waters. Joan?
Yeah, I would go for Maxine.
All right. Chris?
Yeah, Maxine all day.
Okay, and I'm assuming KGB is going to say Maxine.
It's not close. I mean, we're both from California. We know how awful she was from the beginning.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. All right, real quick. You had something for this, right, Chris?
Yes. So I know you're a Colorado Rockies fan, right, Dan? From your time in Colorado, did you ever go to any of the games?
I did. I went to many a game at Coors Field.
Well, there was a guy that is now suing the team because a foul ball struck him in the eye.
Oh.
And this individual is suing them. He says, listen, you didn't have the right infrastructure in place to make it easy to see. You violated the Safety Act of 1993. But he also said, one of the reasons I wasn't paying attention is because the diminished competitive quality of play has fostered a stadium culture in which socializing, dining, and business networking have been the primary focus for attendees. He's suing them because he couldn't pay attention to the game because they're too bad.
Wow.
In his defense, they have 8 wins, and we're like 50 games in.
Yes.
What is their record?
They are 8-42 last time I checked.
Yeah, 8-42. They were 8-40 when he got hit with the foul ball. He's like, I didn't go there to watch baseball, so you guys owe me some money.
They're on track of having the most losses in the history of baseball, like 1800s.
Wow.
Like that long ago. This is the last time someone's been this bad.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
But this guy's saying that the Rockies have encouraged a culture shift in the stadium through their own marketing and design choices, which emphasize off-the-field amenities over the game. And he says that this is a reason that I'm suing you.
Doesn't every stadium do that? I mean,
yeah, they do actually. A lot of stadiums do that, where they want you to pay attention to the scoreboard and the kiss cam and the food and anything other than the actual game at hand.
You ever see any viral videos where there's like a random dude on the kiss cam and then he realizes that he's on the kiss cam and he quickly pulls his arm away from the girl because he just got busted cheating? Have you ever seen those online?
No, I haven't.
I've seen a guy get rejected and then kiss his beer and chug it. That was funny.
I saw a guy kiss his bicep once.
All right, there you go.
Cool. Yeah. Was that at a baseball game or somewhere else?
Whatever. Let's see here. Jason says that he would drink AOC's bathwater.
Ew.
Jason, that's a little weird, man.
Why'd you say that out loud?
Yeah.
Whatever. Listen, we're all friends on the super text line, right? 615-737-9986. And, if that's what...
Jason, there's some therapy we can get you.
Mm-hmm.
We need a GoFundMe for
We need a GoFundMe for that therapy.
Statman says that his grandmother used preening years ago. In other words, he's telling me maybe that I'm using old person's vernacular.
Ooh.
Because the young guy in the group. Had you heard of preening, KGB?
I don't know the context, but I've heard the word.
Didn't your mom used to say primping and preening?
I don't listen to my mom. I'm kidding. I love you,
Did
Mom.
you say pimping and preening?
Primp.
Primping.
Primp.
Yeah,
P-R-I-M-P.
This is like
Primping and
farting
primp.
all over again.
Yes.
Boy, it sure is. All right, real quick. Let's see here. All right, let's do the...
God, Jason. Jason said through a straw. Doubling down.
I want to know if Jason's married. We asked Jason if he's married. Well, hey, Jason, you married?
I hope not.
I want to know I want to know what your wife thinks of this conversation.
Yes.
Here's the big question: would Jason drink his wife's bathwater?
What? No.
With a straw.
We're taking this too far.
No, we're not taking it too far. If he would drink AOC's bathwater through a straw, but he wouldn't do that with his wife, then I think that's technically thinking about cheating.
Chris, you have absolutely no right to get skeeved out by this after your conversation yesterday.
What did I talk about yesterday?
Yeah, what's worse than this?
Come on, Chris.
What?
What did he talk about?
What did you say, Chris?
I didn't talk about anything wild yesterday. I stayed on brand and on topic.
Really? Because you talked about like circumcision for at least an hour.
Wait,
okay,
what?
Well, there was
that.
There was some heavy circumcision talk.
I was mouth agape going, oh my gosh, I can't believe he's talking about this.
What was the context of that?
Well, I'm anti-circumcision. I don't think you should be strapping babies down and going at them with a knife on day one.
Do you know that? You know what?
Also, you guys are aware of big foreskin, right?
Good Lord.
Do you see what I mean?
Have you ever heard of big foreskin? Big foreskin will take the leftover bits, if you will, and then they transform them into things like skin grafts and anti-aging face cream.
Oh,
so
God.
Think about that when you're preening, ladies.
For the record, circumcisions are actually healthier because there is some repercussions if you don't get that.
Nope, I disagree. We got running water in this country. Not a fan.
I'm not going to say what the word is, but people know.
What?
I don't know. What's the word?
What's the word?
Smegma. Ever heard of that?
What is it?
I'm not gonna describe it, but just look, if you're curious, look it up.
It's called you rinse off in the shower, KGB.
Yeah, there's an unhealthy thing that happens. Basically, is how I'm gonna say.
We could just let KGB and Chris just go do battle on smegma and circumcision for the rest of the show.
Listen, it's not a good thing. It's not a good way to start off the.
Dan, are we gonna get called into the office today?
No, I don't. That's not one of the 7 dirties.
Isn't that?
Maybe dirty, but it's not the 7.
George Carlin never mentioned that one in his stand-up. So
no, I don't think he did. You had some fire callers on that too yesterday, Chris.
Yes.
People get heated when it comes to circumcision.
People
I
have
was
opinions.
shocked.
I've been doing this for so many years. That's like the one topic I've never done.
You've never gone down the circumcision road?
No.
So, Chris, was yesterday's episode the circumcision episode?
It didn't. We
Brought
didn't
to you
plan
by-
it. We didn't plan it to be the circumcision.
You know what?
episode.
That episode on circumcision, it was really cutting.
Oh, that's, you know what?
As long as it
Well
wasn't
done.
really biting. I didn't just say that.
No.
I did not just say that.
Yeah, I'm gotta go home and take a shower now.
I think it's a good time for this.
Thank God.
Hey.
Joan, what's coming up?
Well, there was a small plane crash in San Diego, and we've got the latest details on what's going on there at the scene. Also, we'll have the latest on those 2 members of the Israeli embassy staff that were shot to death in D.C. last night. All of that coming up here at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Matt is here for my friends at Window Nation. Now, I endorse these folks because they did great work for me. Now, if you've got old and inefficient windows, it is time to upgrade with Window Nation. You know, they were ranked the highest on Forbes' list of best window installers. And I've got this big, long list of window installers, too, and they're tops on my list as well. Window Nation. They put new windows in my basement studio, my kitchen, and my bedroom. They look fantastic, and they can do the same thing for you. Now, these phones, by the way, these windows are made in the USA, and right now they've got a great deal going on for listeners to my show. You buy 4 windows, you get 4 additional windows absolutely free, plus no payments or interest until 2027. Now, these windows are also energy efficient, so not only are you saving money on install, but on your electricity bills as well. Now, I know that you're going to be happy. They've got a 96% satisfaction rating and over 20,000 5-star reviews. Window Nation. Now, don't forget that great deal. You buy 4 windows, you get 4 additional windows absolutely free, plus no payments or interest until 2027. If you need windows, you've got to call Window Nation at 866-90-NATION, windownation.com. Nashville's morning news.
All right, give it up.
No, you know what happened? I'm talking to KGB off the air through the little talkback, and I literally said to him, I had no idea there was such opposition to circumcisions. And then it's time for me to go on the radio and talk about my friends at DT McCall's, a great Tennessee company that is here for their fellow Tennesseans with great prices, great selection, value as well. Now, I've been telling you for years about DT McCall's. They have been helping people out for 3 generations. So if you need it, they've got it. I've been shopping here for 11 years. They've got great indoor furniture. If you've got a room to fill, go to DT McCall's. And of course, you know all about their lawn equipment, outdoor lawn equipment, lawn mowers as well, and appliances. Listen, if it plugs in, they've got it at DT McCall's. They've always got specials going on to save you money. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee. Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin, always online at that website, dtmccalls.com. 8:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. You know what else is kind of funny about the circumcision?
We're going back to it.
I had no idea.
Tell me what's funny about circumcision, Dan.
I had no idea how many jokes there are about circumcision that I, by the way, cannot say on the radio.
We got some comedians in there.
There's a lot of them. We had a lot of people texting in yesterday and this morning highlighting the no tax on tips.
Yes. That's probably my favorite one. If I had to pick a favorite circumcision joke.
If you had to pick the best circumcision joke in 2025, it definitely has to do something with no tax on tips.
But just in 2025.
Yeah, it wouldn't make this wouldn't make sense in 2023.
So have you heard of the they-themer in St. Louis?
A they-themer?
They-themer. What's your pronouns? They, them?
Yeah. I'm familiar with the pronouns, but not them in St. Louis.
In St. Louis, there is the person in charge of apparently firing off the tornado alarms.
Oh yeah, I did hear that.
Did you see the story?
No.
It's insane.
Forgot to do it.
What?
Not one of them. There's multiple personalities, and not one of the they-themers remembered to set off the tornado warning alarm.
The mayor took responsibility for it, though. The mayor did. She said, "This is my fault for not training people well."
How hard is it to flip a? Wow, then the mayor needs to take responsibility too. If the mayor actually hired this they-themer,
wouldn't it be as simple as in case of tornado push button?
You would think.
I would think that would be the gist of the training.
Well, you would think, but apparently not. And so as we wrap up this fine program of Nashville's Morning News, always remember.
You fight on. You fight on.
You got to fight on.
Last time we had a baby, I heard a mom singing that to the baby boy that just got a circumcision.
And with that, Chris Hand is coming up next. More Cutting Conversation with Chris on WTN.